The party has joined Strahd Von Zarovich at his castle and met his variety of castle staff. You guys have been dining and working through various courses. At this point, you have... Where is... Worked through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 courses. And have just finished your roast lamb with apricot. And Strahd has left the room, invited you up to his study to join him for a brief conversation shortly. But he has said that Ireena will not be joining and that Vasili will be keeping an eye on Ireena in order to not bore her with the idle activities of adventurers in the dining room. The waiters and waitresses, well, the waitresses that have been serving you, one appears to be in less fine clothing than the rest. And the chef for the evening appears to be a beast-like mongrel folk man named Cyrus Bellevue. Rahadin has been kind of assisting as necessary. And at this point, you guys are just wrapping up to go join Strahd up in his study with Rahadin as your guide through the castle, who has been promised to give you a short tour.
Question about the Ireena thing.
Mm-hmm.
Did Strahd just tell her don't come in here, and she's like, or was it? I can't remember if she was just like, oh, okay, I don't really want to be a part
He
of
basically
this.
turned and said, like, Lady Ireena, I assure you that you are not necessary to join upstairs. I wouldn't want to bore you with the idle activities of this adventuring group that you are traveling with. Vasili here will entertain you in our absence. I apologize for any inconvenience, but please have patience with us, and left.
And she was just like, oh, okay.
Doesn't sound like Ireena.
she seemed tense about it, but didn't speak out against it.
Okay.
And she's kind of sitting tersely, kind of scooping some of the apricots idly with her fork.
Gotcha.
And Vasili is kind of just idly watching the group of you as you guys are discussing. Mim tried to make this drawing. Anyone else want to throw anything in? Are there any other important aspects that I missed that anyone wants to mention?
Wouldn't want to bore you with the idling of adventure, so we're just gonna idle in the dining hall. Idling. Dun, 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 dun.
The last interaction that we had with Vasili was telling him about the bones, and I'm like death glaring at him.
Correct.
So he seems pretty normal now, or
he seemed like he didn't know that happened, right?
He seemed genuinely surprised that, based off of your description, he's like, that doesn't seem like Ludmila.
Okay.
And I don't remember who did, but somebody rolled an insight check. And he seemed genuinely confused. So Rahadin, as Mim tries to kind of scribble this drawing and shows it to everybody, and Mal kind of raises her note subtly and gets a couple nods from different people or acknowledgments of various types. Rahadin kind of leans in. Let me know when you're ready for the tour, and we will proceed to join the master upstairs.
Meet him upstairs.
Meet me outside.
Yeah. Why? Vasili, can we trust him?
Mm-hmm.
That man?
I'll get out of my chair.
All right.
So, just wait in the hallway, or
I'm certain that we can all head upstairs as a group when everyone is ready.
yeah, I'll go ahead and let everyone make their own decision, and I'll just walk out the door right here and just stop.
All right. Let me remove everyone who is not actually in the hallway. Go ahead. All the people who are Jay chillin'.
Jay chillin'.
If I look over at Ireena, does she have her rapier at her side?
She does. All of you are armed. Ireena kind of she has it laying next to her chair.
Gotcha.
If I close the door, does anyone make a move? Like any scuffle behind me?
Anyone inside?
Or at anyone in the hallway?
No, so there's no one in one in the hallway with you that you can see.
So I'll close the door and I want to cast a message towards Ireena.
Okay.
And it'll just be please use your acorn if you're in any trouble. It doesn't seem like we can escort you.
You guys all hear kind of. Oh, you did a message, right. So Ireena in her head hears this, speaks back. All right, I'll attempt to be subtle if I can.
I guess I'll peek back through. Anybody coming?
Doomy just kind of shrugs his shoulders and then follows Sten.
Mal was kind of looking at Rahadin to see if was he just waiting for all of us to leave?
He's just he's waiting for everyone to get up because there's a couple people still seated. He doesn't want to. He at this point he's kind of edged closer to the door in order to kind of stay centered to the group. But
Okay.
he doesn't want to. He's trying to do the I don't want to rush anybody, but I also don't want to like. He's trying to herd the cats.
Well.
Right. Good. And Mal will leave.
Sir Alistair, Sir Andar, will you two be joining us upstairs?
Can I bring the wine?
You may bring a glass of wine if it suits you.
Can I stand up and walk over to Ireena and just hand her a silver bolt?
Sure.
Cool.
She kind of takes it and looks at you. How am I? And then she kind of just looks and sets it on the table. Thank you.
Yeah. Be safe. And I will walk out.
As the last one in the room, are you still the last one? Did you leave or are you?
Not yet.
Okay, so then Andar, as the last one in the room, then roll me a perception check real quick. All right. Also, real quick, clarification question for the table. If at any point in the session there are private conversations or anything, we have two options. Either we can have everyone hear the conversations, but everyone has to separate above table and character, or we can deafen players and only have conversations between the people who are in the conversation. What's the preference here?
Vote deafen.
I feel like we've been doing the deafen thing for like the whole entire campaign, so we
Cool.
should just keep doing it.
Then real quick, I need everybody to deafen but Andar.
Oh, man.
I will check to make sure everybody is. All right. Hewitt, can you still hear me? I don't see you deafened.
I thought you were definitely me.
All right. Andar, as you're leaving the room, you kind of look at Vasili and you look at Ireena, and you have sensed that something's been off about Vasili. A couple of you have done checks. You couldn't quite put your finger on it. As you're looking and you see him kind of turn to Ireena to converse with Ireena, you realize one of the things that seems different to you. And you realize that Vasili isn't looking at Ireena the same way that Vasili looked at Ireena in Vallaki. In Vallaki, Vasili seemed particularly interested in Ireena. He was showing her special attention. He was very flirtatious. The way that he addresses her now seems almost businesslike. And he doesn't, his eyes aren't as fervently kind of, he doesn't seem to be showing the same sort of favoritism that he was before. So.
Only hearing heartbeats from Sirenscape, terrible.
Yeah.
Everyone, I see Hewitt and Sasha are still deafened.
I don't think they understood that thumbs up what meant.
We're good.
Do it. There you go.
There we go. Okay,
Oh
cool. So, Andar, as you leave the room,
Just make your faces
Rahadin kind of waits for you to exit and then shuts the door behind you.
As I'm leaving, I'm gonna have Doctor Who pop back up, but stay under the table.
Okay. So, Rahadin shuts the doors behind you. Yes, if you'll follow me, we will head upstairs and allow me to give you the tour.
I'm gonna have Quinn the Quill write down everything we see in this castle
All right.
as we're doing the tour. You don't have to narrate it, but
He was grabbing
He would
something. I was
really
like, he
take
already wrote it
lot
down.
because there's no trees in here, so take that, Quinn.
You're right. He's just going to talk
I miss
about
the trees.
The specific techniques used in the masonry.
That's fine. That's a tactical advantage to anyone who reads this.
So, allow me to prepare for your tour. As I realized, I had prepped everything on the computer, but had not put out my book.
Book.
Alright. Cool. So, Rahadin leads you back through. Oh, it reset the thing where people. It goes to people. And token speaker save changes. Cool. So. Bye, Rita. So Rahadin takes you back through this original entryway in which you guys passed. And you guys can see off to the right that there are these huge copper doors that are shut. But he leads you past them and up to this large winding staircase.
Oh, what's in there? Min points to the doors.
Rahadin, that would be the castle chapel.
Apple, you worship in this place?
I am not of any sort of particular religious ilk myself, but the master.
I'm sorry, that was in character.
That was or was not?
That was not in character.
Okay.
No.
The master recognizes, however, that many who pass through his halls would love a place to worship and honor their deities of various sorts, as there are many religious citizens of Barovia. And what
How
would a
considerate.
master be if he did not have a place to accommodate his guests?
As long as there's no festivals.
Can we
Strahd,
stop in there for a moment?
at the festival comment, he kind of smiles and chuckles, then turns to Mal and says, "If you'd like, we can stop by later. Right now, we must proceed upstairs." Adunbi, are you coming?
Yeah.
Cool.
You're gonna have to click and drag him.
No, wait. I wanted to look at the thing.
What thing?
I was just curious. Is it literally? Is everything in here actually in here?
Yes? Question mark?
Yeah, you can close and open the doors.
Well, I'm
Statue down here.
I was just wondering if all this stuff actually was just like old and like cobwebbed and shit.
Yes, that's correct. Everything
Is
is.
it actually the statue in the pot in the bottom right actually looked like it had actually looked like it was a value, or did it kind of look like?
It looks like an old suit of armor. The one down here.
Yeah, and like the pot and stuff. Or like that. Is it just like kind of fancy for the sake of being fancy, or is it like actually like good quality stuff?
It seems good quality but faded.
It's old.
It's old. It was worth a lot at one point when it was probably pristine and new. But he leads you up the stairs, which curve and takes you up to the second floor. Sasha, is your mic in Discord set to the video thing? Okay.
I'm also like glitching, so I don't know, or like sound and the founder is glitching.
Oh, weird.
How tall are these? A 10-foot base.
How tall are they?
Taller what?
The statues right here?
Let me go back to it.
Not the same height as the animated piece of armor that we fought.
Oh, they're
Oh,
probably
Their
they're
base
probably
is
like
10 feet.
8 to 12 feet.
Oh.
What are they reading?
They're not. They are
Oh, they look
Our
like
last will
books.
and
they're
testament.
like candles and stuff.
Oh, okay.
And as you guys head up the stairs, I didn't realize, as you guys head up the stairs, the candles light themselves as you
Oh.
walk.
Are both these staircases the same?
Yes, as you kind of look around, they appear to lead to the same landing, which populate everybody. Ravenloft. One, two, three, 4.
A 4. A 5.
All right. We'll
We walk in.
activate this.
We walk into Strahd's study and he's just going, a 1, a 2, a 3.
How many blicks does it take to get to the center?
Cap, we did change my mic settings for date night. So I don't know
Oh,
why there
maybe.
would be a difference, but yeah.
I don't know.
I'm gonna just
Size
Up.
of the drop.
things a little bit.
But as you guys walk into this room, dim light from the courtyard falls into this great hall through the broken glass and iron latticework of a large window in the west wall. This immense room is a place of chilly, brooding darkness. Empty iron sconces dot the walls. Hundreds of dust-laden cobwebs drape the hall, hiding the ceiling from view. Directly across from the window stand a set of double doors in the east wall. Farther south, a single door also leads from the east wall. Staircases at both ends of the north wall lead down, and at the far southern end of the hall, a large wooden throne stands atop a marble dais. The high-backed throne faces south, away from most of the room. And as you guys kind of walk in, Rahadin actually gestures at the wall behind where Sten is standing right now. And you turn and you see that the entire wall is covered in hands and fingers nailed to the wall.
Real hands and fingers.
Real hands and fingers. And the they're of all different colors and skin tones and types. You see like furry cat-like hands and like green mottled goblin hands and warty fingers that look like they could be from a witch or a hag of some kind. And Rahadin kind of gestures and says, "This is the Master's Wall of Thieving Hands. You see, occasionally we find visitors take certain interests in the Master's belongings. And so, the Master teaches them a lesson based off of the value of what they decided to desire."
Mim looks terrified.
I'm uncomfortable.
Puts her hands in her armpits.
And like glittering on the wall, you see in each hand or on each finger are dangling pieces of jewelry or rings. One of them has a stone. One hand is holding a scroll. These all appear to be different items that were attempted to be stolen.
Is there a... No, I can't ask that because I wasn't there. Never mind.
Okay.
What happened to the rest of them? The people?
Rahadin, they were returned home. Of course. The Master's not a cruel man. He would not murder for thievery.
Oh, of course not.
Is there a window on the south end of the throne?
Just the
Here, I'll
one
check.
window here.
So the throne just faces a wall?
The throne is facing currently a wall, yes.
Weird. Okay.
Wait, it's facing away from us?
Yes, it's facing south.
Huh?
Yeah.
Bad feng shui.
I want to. Can I like investigate and look around this thing?
I'll sit in the throne. I want to see how comfy it is.
Okay.
Wow. I do need that really
My fingers. Oh my god.
All right. So as you guys approach, Mim's kind of circling around the throne, and a Doonbee goes to sit in it. And judging by your looks of confusion, Rahadin, before Doonbee sits in it, is addressing Mim. "I'm sure you're wondering why the throne is turned around. The Master, unfortunately, feels that his curse is an unfair punishment on the people of this land. He used to take hearings here from the people where he would solve problems and attempt to assist them in various ways, but he believes that until the curse is lifted from this land, he is not worthy of their attention or his station, so he has turned his throne to face away as a symbolic gesture until the land can be improved."
Very noble of him. Very noble.
Were the fingers and hands before or after he turned the throne?
Rahadin kind of thinks for a moment. "Well, there were a few before, but there were much greater numbers since." And then as the Doonbee sits in the throne, Rahadin kind of rushes forward. Yes, I am sure the Master would prefer that you not sit in his chair, as he himself is not sitting in the chair either presently. We wouldn't want to insult him.
I mean, I imagine that I would not be able to sit in a chair that he is currently sitting in. But I just only wanted to sit in it for a second. So. Also, who is the man in this room? I opened the door, but I kind of. Oh no! Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to open the door again. Yes.
Oh, weird
See-
things behind a closed door.
Yeah, there's a lot of papers in there. You can open it if you like. But yes.
Okay,
is he
so
going to be listening
hold
to our
on.
conversation?
How much of that was actually in character?
Yeah, I literally walked around this room. I opened the door and then I closed it.
Okay.
I apologize for my compatriots. They're not from civilized society.
Yeah. Oh, Rahadin, you guys really need to clean up this place.
I completely agree. Very cobwebby.
Yes, it is a large castle. Cleaning is quite the task. And he actually goes over to the door that you opened and opens it and says, fortunately, the room that you so curiously investigated is the direction that we are heading. So if you'll follow me. And he
Wait, why is
walks in.
Ireena here?
Oh, that is a good question. Ireena's not supposed to be here.
Uh-huh.
That was me
Irena,
populating the
no.
party on autopilot.
Oh, so who? Excuse me. My name's Adumbi.
As you guys walk into this room,
It's a lot of papers.
there's a lot of papers.
Yeah, you should really clean this up.
Fire hazard, really.
The whole room is littered with dusty scrolls and tomes, which both line the walls and appear to be all over the floor. More scrolls and books lie scattered, and there are 4 heavy wooden chests fitted with sturdy iron locks centered around a desk. The only unobstructed floor space is directly in front of the doors on both both of the east and west walls, and both the floor seems to be cleared just to make room for the doors to swing uninhibited. But in the center of this clutter stands a great black desk, and there is a floating, wispy figure atop a tall stool, scratching on a seemingly endless scroll of paper with a dry quill pen, and nearby a tasseled rope hangs from a hole in the ceiling.
Real quick before we go into that, can I just while they're going in, I just wanted to dash back up and peek what's in this room, and I'm gonna try to go back down as like they're all shuffling. I just wanted to see what. Curious.
It is a hallway,
Sneak.
Oh.
and you can kind of see.
It's a very nice
dark.
hallway.
Okay.
I also
If
have
it's
a
just a
question
hallway.
before they're going in there.
You what?
I have a question about the window.
Yes.
Window.
So one, can you see Velaki from here?
You could
Can
potentially.
you see the gate from here? The one that blocked us when we were trying
You
to get
can
to
see the
Velaki.
gate. You could. You are able to presume you could probably see Velaki on a clear day, but because it's raining, you can see the outline of the gate in the distance. But beyond that is mostly obscured. And the gate you would assume on a clear day would be quite visible, and that from the horizon line you could probably see to about Velaki.
Okay.
Yes.
And then since it's broken in, are there any feathers in the glass or blood?
No, there are not. It does appear to be just shards of glass littering the floor.
Can I walk up to try to shake this guy's hand and accidentally knock over the lantern?
Oh God.
Or is it a candle or a lantern?
It's
Lantern.
let's see. Let me zoom in. It does appear to be a lantern.
Can you say candle?
Okay, do you want it to be a candle? Are you trying to set the place on fire?
my
I
this
want
what's
to.
happening?
I want to accidentally burn papers. On accident.
Oh my god.
There's two candles, right? There's one on like the far side, like right here, and then there's one on the actual desk.
They are lanterns. I'm
Can I
gonna
accidentally-
say.
Well, if I knock them over, will they actually like set anything on fire?
They could.
What are you doing?
I'm gonna try to walk up to shake this guy's hand. I'm gonna accidentally knock over a little fire thing onto the papers.
Okay.
Accidentally.
Would that be performance?
Okay. So you
Is this
walk
candle
over.
secretly a creature?
No.
Okay, because you would have had to tell me, because I would have casted the spell.
You would have had to tell me.
You would have what?
I would have casted a spell on it.
Oh, okay. No. So you go to, and you're going to shake his hand. What did you say you're doing?
I'm walking over to shake his hand, and on the way there, I want to accidentally knock over one of the lights.
Okay, so yeah, roll me a
so no.
performance to see how convincingly you make it seem like this is an accident, considering
luckily,
this
I
is
don't
fully
really-
intentional.
Oh my
Luckily, I don't
god.
really care, but
Oh my god.
normal.
Hijinks ensue.
Oh, look, 19.
Okay.
Who knew not caring can be so beneficial?
Oh my god.
You have. Never mind. I won't say.
Do I have what?
You have a bonus to performance. I like that.
No, I don't. I just have a +1 to charisma.
Oh, do you have a +1? Who had the -1? Oh, and
I have a +1.
So, you go and you knock it over.
Okay.
Let's just roll a d20 to see if it shatters.
That's good,
Okay.
right? High is good. We like to roll high numbers here.
definitely hits.
You knock it over. It does shatter and oil spills and it starts to light. Rahadin steps around and quickly goes to stamp out the fire before it catches on too much of the papers and kind of eyes you.
Prestidigitation to snuff that flame out.
Okay. Between Rahadin and Andar's prestidigitation, the flame dies quickly, and Rahadin kind of turns. Perhaps you should be more careful.
Oh, that was a close one.
You know me. I am just so clumsy. I'm not used to being inside civilized buildings like this. I'm just not very cultured. I'm sorry. I'll try to be more careful from now on.
Anyway, this here is Leipzig. He is Strahd's accountant. Leaf, say hi to everyone. And Leaf
You
kind
say-
of like is
your
writing
last name
frantically. Leipzig, Lipsiege, and his name is Lief. Leaf.
He steals lips? He conquers lips? Oh my god. Is he? Hold on. Is he a dating coach?
He's not a dating coach.
Okay. You should think about it.
Anyway, so as you guys kind of look at Leaf, you see that he is actually semi-transparent. He appears to be a ghost. And he kind of looks up. He says, "Yes, pardon. I need to get back to my numbers. Pardon." Starts scribbling away at the scroll, turns, picks something up off the desk, unrolls it, looks at it, puts it back down, continues to write.
Okay, well,
Yes, Leaf is
You're-
not the
you're-
most talkative, but if you follow me, we will continue upstairs. And he comes and opens this door and gestures for everyone to head through.
well, it was a pleasure to meet you.
Yes, pleasure. Pardon.
Ryan, would you say that binding ghosts to perform accounting work is against my religion?
That seems like a you question. But also, I'll say it's unclear whether there's no sort of shackles or anything on this man that appears that he's been bound. He just seems to exist. He's definitely not alive, though.
Okay.
I see the chains. Those chains are not attached to him.
Oh, okay.
He's definitely not alive?
Oh,
Like,
he's super.
clearly?
He's super a ghost. You can see
He's
through him.
super dead.
Because, well, I've never seen a ghost.
Oh well.
So I'll just walk in. Oh, Leaf, I'm so sorry. Full transparency, I've been there. Don't worry. It gets better.
Full transparency.
Leaf
Good
kind of looks
one.
at you and says, "Yes, better, of course. Pardon. Numbers must return to business."
Can I pick up some papers and read them as we're walking forward?
Sure.
Or just look at them? What's on them?
So we'll see what you
Borrow them with
find.
the intent of returning.
They're blank because he's a ghost.
Yeah. Oh God.
That's not meant to be Rahadin rolling. That's just me. So you pick up what appears to be a order for wine, dated over 60 years ago.
Wow.
And it is a requisition, like basically an invoice to the Wizard of Wine's winery for shipment of wine. And it appears to be for some sort of dinner event in which he ordered the champagne, the dragon crush, and the purple grape mash, about 5 barrels each.
Whew. Well, this is useless. Throws it down.
This is useless. Get this out of
As you throw it, a leaf kind of sees and goes, no, grabs it. I need this. Yes, I've been looking for this. Thank you. Sets it down. Must make sure everything is accounted for. Must make sure all the orders are tracked and all the numbers are in order.
Ryan, could I roll, like... Is there any, like, reasoning behind, like, how ghosts are made? Would that be a religion?
Roll me religion. You could do religion. You could do arcana. You could also potentially do history just because of your teachings. Whatever you'd like.
Okay. 16.
So from your teachings, you know that ghosts can be created through a number of means, but most of them are generally having to do with the individual rather than being like coercive or forced in any way. There are a few ways through necromancy or other magics that you've heard of that can basically summon a ghost or bind a ghost. But most ghosts are left around because they feel they have some sort of unfinished business, whether it be revenge or a task or something they were unable to complete in life, that their soul and their essence is unable to move on until they feel that task is accomplished.
Okay. So this ghost is your meta commentary on how one will never truly have their finances in order. Is that what you're saying?
A reminder to send out, if you've consulted anyone for more than $600 this year in the contiguous United States, to make sure to send out that form.
It is tax season, people. Make sure you keep your eye out for your W-9s if you have them. And oh man. Anyway,
does he have the same kind of energy about him that the Bergmore Manor dude had?
The same franticness, but not. He doesn't seem to be lacking any rest, or he does seem to kind of split away from his work to acknowledge other things. Just seems heavily focused. So there's similarities there, but it's not as fervent. But they both seem obsessive. All right, so he kind of gestures for everyone to come through, waits to shut the door behind you. Once everyone's through, he kind of follows you into the staircase and gestures, "We'll be heading up if you don't mind following me." Which puts us here.
Well, what's down?
Why, the ground floor, of course. We just came from there. And he's going to lead you up the winding staircase. Not one, but 2 floors. And as you guys kind of pass through what appears to be the 3rd floor of the castle, there's a small hallway that you can kind of you come up to a landing that's the 4th floor, and there's a shut door, but he leads you past it and continues winding up to the higher floor, which wait, what? Did I skip a floor? I did skip a floor. There we are. So he takes you 2 floors higher. At which point... God dang it. Hold on one moment. There we are. I really should have populated you all onto these floors before we started. But that's okay.
As we're walking up, can I just be like, Mr. Rahadin, sir, how many wives does Strahd have?
Rahadin kind of paused for a moment. Currently, he has 3.
Oh, the 3 from downstairs.
Yes, you met them.
How did they meet?
That is a long story, but I'm sure that the master will be able to tell you himself.
Okay. Oh, glass break.
At which point, you guys come up to another landing, which appears to have... That is loud. You guys come to this landing, which is 10 feet wide and 20 feet long. A cold draft of wind rushes down the spiral staircase at the north end of the east hall and east wall and whistles mournfully through the room before streaming down the stairs to the south. An ornate square rug covers the floor, and set into the west wall is an iron-bound wooden door with a wooden trapdoor set into the floor in front of it. Hanging on the north wall above the trapdoor is a framed portrait of a handsome, well-dressed man with a serene yet penetrating gaze. And upon inspection, you can see that this appears to be a portrait of a very young Strahd. But as you guys approach, Rahadin gestures to the door and says, "Through you will find the study or the lounge, whichever you prefer.
The study or the lounge?
The master will be waiting for you inside." And he kind of bows and gestures towards the door.
I'm afraid. I don't want to.
Fuck it.
Well, we were both thinking the same thing.
So Adunbi walks in, and you see Strahd kind of standing above a chair, or in front of a chair, swirling a wine and kind of staring into the fireplace. And as you enter, he looks up. "Yes, I am glad that you found your way here. Did you enjoy the tour?" And Rahadin, as everyone steps in, goes and shuts the door behind you.
I mean, if I gotta be honest, it just seemed a little, like, not very comprehensive, you know? I feel like I've been on a lot of tours before that, like, show you everything. But Rahadin was good. Like, 5 out of 5 stars.
Do not worry, you'll have opportunity to explore further if you so choose. I would not want to rob you of an experience exploring my home, now would I?
Speaking of that, who's your latest collection on your wall? How long ago was that?
Collection? What exactly are you referring to?
You have a very, I would say, eclectic and lively poster.
Poster? Oh, do you mean the portrait? What happened to my accent? Do you mean the portrait outside?
No, I'm more speaking
of
the
the
end of your
hands.
throne room.
Alistair speaks up.
The wall of hands. Yes, well, as ruler of Barovia, I am also the harbinger of justice, am I not? I must enforce the law, especially in my own home, if I am to be considered a worthy leader, if I am to be respected, and if people are to view the laws of this land with the... What is the word?
I don't question that. I'm just more curious when your last less than polite visitors were.
Oh, when the most recent addition was made. Let's see, perhaps 14 months?
Pretty recently.
Yes, unfortunately, it is not uncommon for my guests to covet various aspects of my belongings. I have quite the collection. And with a castle as large as this, I would understand that many people might think, oh, what is the chance someone might notice? I can just try and be subtle. I can try and... No one will notice it's missing. Unfortunately, that is rarely the case for them. How is everyone enjoying their dinner? I hope you are enjoying your time here. He kind of swirls the wine in his glass. And takes a seat, and he puts one leg over the other and just kind of is like looking at you all in this room. Also, just for reference, the room itself, the heavy beams above you seem to be almost groaning here and there from the weight of, you can hear the pitter-patter of rain and the lightning in the distance. And the curved west wall is fitted with 3 windows of leaded glass and steel latticework. A bookcase sits on the east wall between 2 doors, as well as a large fireplace. And plush overstuffed chairs and couches are placed about the room. The fabric has faded with age, and the patterns it depicts are nearly gone. Strahd is lounging in one of the armchairs with a kind of side table next to him. This is it's one of those like reading
stages?
like you know those like long lounge bed things, like basically
chase?
like think
Chase lounge?
yes, a chase lounge. Thank you. It's like a chase with curtains hanging over it. And there's a similar chase up north next to where Andar's sitting, but it doesn't have the same kind of curtains that with the curved bar above it. It just seems to be open. This wall seems to have a gargoyle fresco carved into it.
Gargoyle fresco. What's a
Yes.
fresco?
Basically like
painting.
Ah.
Citrus.
Sorry, I'm uncultured.
can't frescoes also be carved? Can't they be like
That's like a relief sculpture.
then it was a
I
relief
think
sculpture.
a fresco is okay.
It's
Where it's like
it's set into the wall and carved out of the shape is coming out of the wall.
I think the art major is correct.
That's what I'm saying.
yeah, he's agreeing.
So it is not a fresco, it is a relief sculpture.
Gotcha. Understood. Aye, aye, Captain.
But so
This
he
is-
turns and he said, sorry, go ahead.
What? If we're looking at him, what species is Strahd?
He appears to be
Oh.
human.
Okay.
Also, does he look any different than he did downstairs?
No,
The exact
he
same.
looks the exact same. Although he does look different from the portrait. The portrait, he's distinctly younger. By probably 15 years.
Maybe more muscly.
A little bit. Not a lot, though. He seems to still be fairly fit. But the portrait seems to depict a soldier of active duty. This appears to be almost like when you meet Marines who have retired and they're still fit, but they're not like stacked. That's
Yeah.
yeah.
All right, I'll do it. I'll make out with him.
All right, sold.
Wait, even those pointy ears though?
He is human. The art. I just like this portrait.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say the portrait looks half elf, but
Yeah.
I was just
Yeah.
unaware.
I think it's just the angle. But he is
That makes
human.
sense. I have met real humans with pointy ears, so
That's
but
true.
it wasn't that extreme. So yeah, I just wanted to know.
Also, could be his hair's like. You never.
But so he turns to you and he says, "Are you all enjoying dinner? I hope that you are having a good time in my home."
I have to say, I'm a little uncomfortable. We're not a fan of splitting up.
Understandable. I assure you, Ireena is being well taken care of and will be perfectly safe.
Well, I gotta say, I feel a little bad because out of all of us, she's probably one of the biggest adventurers.
Really? She struck me as more of a noble woman herself, one who has lived a fairly sheltered life.
I think if you're really sheltered, you might want to be more of an adventurer when you're finally not sheltered.
But it is not our wants who make us who we are, dear ma'am. Now is it? It is our actions, our doing, the choices that we make.
I mean, you could be right, but I would trust him on this one. Ireena definitely loves adventure.
My lord, she has given her, well, not fully given her life, but risked her life on our behalf many times.
This I am aware of.
Completely without us asking.
No, she's very brave.
Very brave.
What you say is true, but I'll admit, my reason was a slight deception, for I needed to speak to all of you in a more private setting. I required discretion, you see. And he kind of stands and he turns and he walks up to the fireplace and kind of gazes into it and swirls his wine. You see, I would require a favor from you, if you would be so kind.
Did you say favor?
I did.
I can't imagine what you, like, the lord of all this land would need from us.
He smiles and he turns. But that is exactly why I need you. You see, you are strangers here. You are unfamiliar with my lands beyond your own escapades within it. And you are guests within my home, honored by my staff at my direction. Which means you will have the ability to explore and question without raising suspicion, as you are lacking knowledge of this place already. You see, I have found that there is a spy amidst my staff. I do not know who, and admittedly, whoever is behind this espionage must be a very adept user of magic, for it is unthinkable for one of my staff or my wives to betray me, and any sort of magical influence that might have been put in place I have yet been unable to detect, despite my established skills in the arcane arts. And he kind of sits and looks at you all. So, I offer you this. If you are able to explore, speak to my staff, find who is leaking the information from my castle, then I will provide you with something that you are looking for. And he, like, gestures with his hand, and you see out of his sleeve slide an object through his palm and begin dangling in his fingers, off of his fingertips. And as the light catches and you guys are able to focus in on the details of the object, it is a soot black flesh bag hanging from his fingers.
Flesh bag is what you said?
Mm-hmm. I believe that this is of value to you.
Okay, sorry.
Is that from one of your other thieves? Mim has no idea what it
Made
is.
of skin.
Yeah.
Ugh. Why would we want that?
We are looking for that, actually.
Wait, what?
You see,
Ah,
this belonged to a certain hag, a Morgantha, correct?
yes.
So you destroyed Mim's property.
No, I did not.
Who destroyed my windmill? That was the first thing I ever owned, Mr. Sir Strahd.
I am very sorry, ma'am. I am sure that the windmill can be repaired, and I apologize for the damage that befell it, but I promise you it was not my doing.
Are you asking us to complete the tasks first before you give that to us, or are you going to give it to us first?
Well, it is a reward.
Well,
If-
surely it can only help us in our endeavors. If it's what you say it is, then that lets us gain one more set of eyes.
That's true, but if I were to offer you this reward in advance, you would have no motivation to accomplish it for me, let alone the fact that I know this is something that at least for one of you is very important. And it does appear that the rest of you seem to value each other to a great degree.
Count Von Zarovich, if you don't mind, would you know how to put it back?
He kind of looks into the fire for a moment. I'll admit I am not so familiar with the taking and reintroducing of souls. But I'd be willing to help. At least give it a shot, if that is what you're asking. It's the least
Well,
I could
thanks.
do if you were to help me. So,
If we were to help you, we can't go on nothing. Who are you suspect of?
you see, that is the issue. I have very little information other than the fact that there are reports leaving my castle that are not meant to leave my castle. And there are only a handful of people who are privy to such information. So, admittedly, I can give you a list. You see,
Well,
yes.
well, I think yes, we need the list, but wouldn't we also need to know what the information is and how you found out that there's someone leaking the information so we can interrogate people?
At least where it's getting to would help tremendously.
Mm-hmm. This ain't my first rodeo of finding out things, you know.
That is true. I know that you are very adept when it comes to this type of espionage, ma'am. So,
So if we don't
here's
help
what I
you,
know. Oh, I'm sorry. I did not mean to
So if-
interrupt.
if we don't help you, you're saying that you're going to keep his soul forever.
No, not forever. I am merely offering it as a price, as a reward. You see, we are performing a service, are we not? I am proposing a deal in which I have something you want, and you are able to accomplish something that I want. If you are able to perform this service for me, I pay you the price negotiated.
With all due respect, I do not believe the price of someone's life is equivalent here for what you're asking.
I also do not believe that the price of one's life is being negotiated. He lives and breathes right next to you, does he not?
Well, are you living and breathing right next to us too?
I feel like you of all people must know the difference it is between having a soul and not having a soul.
I very much do, which is why I know that is a motivating factor for you. Now, if you are uninterested, we do not have to. We do not have to
Give me the
pursue
list.
this
I'll
offer.
get started on it now.
My lord, if I may be so bold, I would like to ask a question of you. That bag that you carry, is something very dear to us, and I would so humbly ask that if you provided it to us out of good faith, that we follow your designs. And you need collateral to make sure we do. I would give anything in exchange.
How about this then? Since we are negotiating, it would appear. I will provide you the bag as a upfront, but I will not tell you how to utilize it properly until after, because I might warn you. Alistair's is not the only soul found in this bag, and if you were to misuse it, I cannot guarantee that his soul would be the one returned to him.
Oh.
Quick
Morganta
aside.
had quite a collection, I might add.
Quick aside. Oh shit, the guy.
So,
Would that be preferable? You have the item on hand. You perform my task to my satisfaction, and I, in return, help make sure that Alistair receives the correct soul from said bag.
If we get the wrong person, we keep the bag.
If you get the wrong person, you have done nothing to help me.
really interesting that you're bargaining with something that's not even yours. So it's kind of like you're not even giving us anything really in return, technically, because you're just giving us something that we already. It's not like.
I am giving you
yours.
an object that I have acquired that you seek.
Well, you could just give us the thing that's in the object that we need, because it doesn't belong to you.
Guys,
To be fair,
I know that you're really anti-thief, like, and I'm just saying, like, if you keep something that doesn't belong to you, does that make you a thief?
you are trying my patience.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. That's just the way my brain thinks.
Let me be perfectly clear. I did not steal this bag. I acquired this bag. I am offering you this bag. At which point, your ownership, whoever owns it, does not matter to me. If you are interested, then let us discuss details. If you are not, then let us stop wasting time.
we will do this favor that you ask of us. Please, if I may, and she'll hold out her hands for the bag.
He flicks his wrist, and it physically floats from his hand into yours.
And then she will turn around and hand it to Alistair.
Thank you, Mouse.
For your knowledge, to assist you in your endeavors. I do not know the identity of the spy, or who they might be reporting to, or for what purpose. I have been keeping a close eye on my staff since acquiring the knowledge that information is leaving my castle, but I have not spotted any behavior that would be out of the ordinary for any of them. I also do not know who would have the nerve to orchestrate such an operation. I've caught wind of spies in my land before, and I am aware of certain groups who believe that they are beyond my seeing. But this endeavor would be unusually bold of all of those groups or individuals, and does not seem to match the behavior or ambition that any of them show. Whoever is responsible must be capable of some sort of powerful magic, because my wives, being vampire spawn, would normally be susceptible to my charm and wit, if I were to ask them, and they would be inclined to tell me the truth. But So far, I have been unable to make any of them confess. And if it is one of them, that would imply that someone is able to supersede this inclination. I also can't seem to detect any sort of unusual magic in my castle or on any of my staff, and attempts to dispel magic have yet to yield any results. Are there any particular staff you might be interested to know a background on or behaviors? What information can I provide you that you would deem useful here?
How are things at home? What are your thoughts of Vasili?
Vasili is helpful as always. He is a good cousin, serves the family well, one of the last relatives I have. Admittedly, sometimes his perspectives can get in the way, but I do not believe he would betray me. To be fair, he has quite a lot to lose if he were.
How many people do you have on staff?
I have a total of 7 main staff members, including Vasili. Rahadin, who, to be fair, should not even be included on the list. Rahadin has served my family for many generations and has proved his loyalty countless times. He also knows that if he were to ever betray me, he would lose everything, as he has given everything to my family. So I highly doubt that he is the suspect. But, for the intents and purposes of my staff, we will include him. Vasili, who we have covered. Cyrus, who is a mongrel folk from Kresk, sent to me by the
Cyrus.
I also agree. I doubt it would be Cyrus. Cyrus is a little too dim-witted to orchestrate or be as subtle as this would require. Otherwise, we have Helga, the maid, also a vampire spawn under my thrall. And then my 3 wives, Volenta, Anastraya, and Ludmila.
Do you trust Vasili like you do with Rahadin and Cyrus?
I believe Cyrus too dim-witted. I don't necessarily trust him. Rahadin I would trust with my life. But Vasili, I will admit, I do not trust as much as I trust Rahadin. However, I also believe he has too much to lose to betray me, and if he were to be so bold, it would have very dire consequences to him. Knowing him and knowing how willing he is to take risks, I highly doubt that he would be comfortable with such an arrangement, but it is possible.
Every time Strahd calls Cyrus dim-witted, Mal visibly tenses.
And you don't consider Leaf part of your staff?
To be fair, we could include Leaf, but Leaf rarely speaks to anyone. He is very attentive to his duties, as it were, and he is unable to leave his room, since he passed away, that is.
How did he pass away, though, by the way?
Died in his sleep, believe it or not. Woke up one day and went to work as if it were any other day, only to realize that he'd left his body in bed.
But then he can't leave that room. Interesting.
Correct. It seems his soul is bound there.
Mm-hmm. So are you So you're saying that you're also mostly suspicious of Helga and your 3 wives? Because you said the other ones you kind of doubt.
They are the most likely candidates, although I'm unsure which one. And as I said, normally, if I were to ask them straightforwardly to answer certain questions, they would be forced to give me the truth. And somehow, none of them seem to claim to be the culprit, despite my repeated questioning.
Well, like Alistair suggested earlier, we do need something to go on. We can't just question blindly. What's a general topic, or where does this information end? So we can start hinting at things without being suspicious.
Let's see. Sorry, I'm checking my notes to see what actually he knows. Okay. Although I cannot impart specifics for my privacy, of course, it appears that some outside entities are aware of my goings-on, with both within the castle and outside of the castle, where I am, what I am doing, how I am spending my time. And some of this information, naturally, would be required of someone within the castle to know, as there's no one here but us, most days. You know, outside of special occasions such as this dinner, that is.
And you're certain it has to be somebody within the castle?
Otherwise, we would have an intruder, and admittedly, this castle is very difficult to intrude upon without one of us knowing, I assure you.
Do you get visitors often?
Not unless by invitation. You see, we used to receive more visitors, but beyond my staff, there are a number of creatures or tricks up the sleeve of this castle, and not all of them are the safest for the wandering passerby. Which, speaking of, I must warn you as you explore. Rahadin can escort you to various locations if you so choose, but if you are to wander off, I cannot necessarily guarantee that all hallways are safe, or that not every corner has some hidden secret that might try and kill you. So be prepared. But, as I've heard and I've seen, I know you all to be very capable of handling yourselves.
Do you love your wives?
I did one.
Oh, ouch.
Damn.
It is difficult to... He pauses and he kind of looks at you, and for a moment, like, you kind of see almost a sincerity in his eyes that you haven't seen before. Living as long as I have, it is difficult to entertain the same few people every day forever. People, variety is the spice of life. It brings excitement, it brings change, but when you only have one lifetime, it is difficult to become used to any one thing for too long, for by the time that it becomes too grating, you perish. Instead, being trapped in the same goings-on day to day for decades upon decades. At a certain point, things lose their charm.
One more question regarding the spy problem.
Of course.
I couldn't help but notice that the new Baroness Fiona Wachter is quite skilled at espionage.
The Baroness might be skilled at espionage within the limits of her town, but she is inept beyond the reach of her borders. You see, the Wachter family has been fervent followers of mine for a long time, and they have proven useful time to time. But Fiona is one of the more insufferable incarnations of her line. I do not approve of her methods.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah, we seem to share common ground on that one.
Yes, what she did in Villaki was bold. Admittedly, I do not much care for Villaki or its goings-on. Have not for many years, beyond certain specifics, of course. But for the longest time, the Villakoviches were apes leading their own little circus with festivals and trying to make their people happy, as if that would change anything here. They believed that that would lift the curse. A foolish errand. But they kept to themselves and they stayed out of my way, and that was enough for me. And then Fiona comes waltzing in and decides that she wants to change things. I'm surprised she did, but I heard she had some assistance. Which, such forces that can tip scales in such favor might prove useful for other things. Might you agree?
This I do. I'm about ready to get started here. Do you think you could write me a list of the names of which we are to investigate?
Of course. And he waves his hand, and from one of the bookshelves, a piece of parchment floats out, and he takes a quill, scribbles down Helga Ruvak, Ludmila Vilisevec, Anastraya Karelova, I think is her last name. Karelova, Valenta Popovsky, Vasili von Holtz, Rahadin Von Zarovich, Cyrus Bellevue.
Cool.
And he holds it out for you. And he says, some background on my wives, just so that you are aware of their stories as you walk into this endeavor. Ludmila is my oldest bride, a former Vistana who unfortunately lost her seeing when she turned into a vampire. Not her physical sight, but the gift Vistani have to see the future, you know. She is exquisitely smart and very beautiful, but over the years she's become dreadfully boring as she becomes more prim and proper and handles the goings-on of the castle. But she continues to find new and exciting people in which to entertain as guests, and so she proves useful. Generally, she hangs out in the study on the 3rd floor.
Right? Is that not where we are?
We are on the 4th floor. There's a library study. This is more of a lounge for entertaining guests. The guest room is off down by Mim, if you are so interested.
Does she have a lead pipe or a candlestick or anything?
Mim?
What?
Ludmilla?
No, Ludmilla.
Oh, no.
Candlestick.
Ludmilla.
Volenta is a quiet but willful creature whose bloodlust admittedly impresses even me at times. She was once a baker's daughter, but made her journey here and flung herself at my feet, purging herself at my mercy and offering to do anything I wanted to free her of her life of drudgery in her town. They did not take kindly to her habits, her hobbies.
This was Valenta, right?
Yes.
Cool.
Admittedly, remembering that day is still exciting, but she proved to be quite possessive and protective of me in a charming, if not occasionally off-putting way. She spends much of her time working on macabre art projects or admiring the view from the tower roof on one of the spires. If you follow the staircase up higher, you will reach that overlook. She likes to watch the little people down below. And lastly, Anastraya is the youngest in terms of years, if not slightly older in Valenta by the time that she turns. And admittedly, I do not know a great deal about her life, as Ludmila brought her here to me, but I know that she was a former noblewoman of Valaki, and she is extremely beautiful, if not loud and extroverted, a little too much for my liking. I wish that occasionally she would be a little more respectful or formal, but she's spontaneous and fun, and brings a sort of charm here that we were lacking in the castle, so... Generally, she likes to whisper with the ghosts in the dining hall, as she considers them to be her friends and guests of her various parties that she throws, even if there are no other guests here. She is, whimsical that way.
It seems one of us knows Cyrus pretty well. What of Helga?
Ah, yes, Helga. You see, Helga was more of a utilitarian choice. We needed someone to clean the castle years and years ago, before I acquired Valenta and Astraya. Ludmila suggested that maybe we find a housekeeper to take care of things, so that we, as my former staff died away and perished to their mortal lives, the castle increased in disrepair, and Helga does her best. Unfortunately, she is but one woman.
How did you find her, though? Or did she come find you? Like,
Ludmila hired her, and after we proved that she was capable, we made her a permanent addition.
does she like it here?
Well, I sure hope so.
You say permanent addition. Is she afflicted the same as you and your wives?
Yes, we turned her after 8 years of service, I do believe. Pardon me, the years go by so quickly. They all blur together.
Understandable.
I'm going to have to apologize. This conversation has really soured my appetite. I don't think I can return to the rest of dinner.
Oh, but you must. We have more courses to go through. I'm sure there will be time for your investigation following the rest of our feast.
So this isn't a pressing matter for you?
It is pressing in the sense of we should accomplish it by evening's end. But we wouldn't want to throw off the dinner party.
How do you trust us so much to solve a mystery plaguing the Lord of the Land in but a small evening?
I know that you are capable. And I know that, as I said, you are afforded certain accommodations that would not be possible for someone like me or another member of the castle who lives here. You are capable of asking questions. We are unable to question without raising suspicion, as you literally know almost nothing of this place, so any question would appear to be a logical, fair question to ask. Therefore, you are able to enter certain conversations that would otherwise arouse suspicion.
Can Malice roll insight on that?
Sure.
Is he doing this in the sense of like he's a CEO and he's just like, I want it done by tomorrow? Like, is it like he's super confident because he has all of the power here, or is it like he's testing us?
Roll me insight.
God damn it!
This
No.
looked really good.
It's unclear.
No.
Even with a 10, it does seem that this might be a test. he's putting this forth in the way that he's kind of like tossing out information, it does seem like, what are you gonna do with it? How are you going to handle this? Like,
Okay.
it's playful in that way, but as far as the deadline, he seems to be implying more of like, you guys are leaving after you've had dinner, whether you stay the night or not, and I'm not going to make excuses for you to stay longer. Like, you have the deadline of your exit. It doesn't seem to be more of like let's see if you can do it in the limited amount of time just because. It's more of the like, I'm giving you this task now so that it's on your radar and you have the opportunity to figure it out before you fucking leave.
Wow. Okay. Got it. So a bit of both.
A little bit of both. And it's tough to tell how much it sways one or the other with a 10.
Okay. Nice.
But to your dinner point, I mean, it's already very late. Won't most of the people in the castle be going to bed soon?
You'll find that much of us are nocturnal creatures, let alone the fact that if we are able to return to dinner, that will provide an ample distraction for you to make small talk or make small observations of the staff as they work around the table, will it not?
Yeah. Unless they hide secrets in my dessert. Don't know how much information I'll find.
Well, that will be for you to determine, and I assure you there will be more opportunity following dinner for you to explore and question at your leisure. As I said, we all tend to stay up late, and now you know where everyone likes to spend their time.
If I might ask one more question.
Of course.
Do you know who or what happened to the windmill?
I am aware of certain details.
I'm just curious if it might have been Vasili.
Perhaps that is a conversation that we can have following dinner, depending on your performance.
Understood.
One more reason to aspire to do a good job.
Have I heard anything from Doctor Who in the time we've been gone?
2 questions. What's Doctor Who's range?
100 feet.
Okay. So you're fine within the floor distance. And did you just ask him to report back, or have you physically been like popping into his senses every once in a while?
Just keeping the like telepathic communication of like, hey, stay out of sight, like,
Yeah.
keep me apprised.
Basically with the telepathic, as much as an owl can report back, there just seems to be idle conversation above the table. And as much as an animal can sense, it seems slightly awkward. He does also report that there have been footsteps coming in and out of the room. But both Vasili and Ireena's feet have stayed in their seats.
Cool.
Well, if there's nothing else, shall we return for dinner?
Yes, I don't see why not.
It certainly is another drink.
He stands and before you guys step from the room, he takes a fine crystal. What's the name of those bottles that like decanter?
Decanter.
Yes, he takes like a fine crystal decanter and he pours 7 glasses of this thick red juice. And he says, "Might I offer a palate cleanser before we return? A raspberry brandy punch. A cheers to our mutual arrangement."
Does it look like blood?
It's thick, dark, and red. But it does appear to the light of the fireplace and the like candle that he has on the table do shine through it to the point that you can see that it's not coagulated. It's not like it's more transparent than blood would seem to be.
Hey, this conversation's been cleansing enough for me. I'll pass.
Mal will take a glass.
He hands you
Mim-
one.
Mim takes.
Mim takes one.
Yes, sorry, I'm not particularly thirsty right now.
Understandable, Alistair, and I.
Yeah, I'll take one.
Sure, and I'll reach out with the hand that's not already holding a wine glass.
He hands you both one, and he kind of smiles at Andar double fisting. And he turns and he says, to Adumbius, "Are you sure? I do not want to leave you out of the toast. I do not want you to feel uncomfortable."
I'm okay, thank you.
"As you wish." And he gestures up to our cooperation. Then sets down the glass. "Let us return." And he stands and kind of swoops his cloak from behind him and strides past all of you back down the stairs.
Like a Snape cloak.
Oh, super. Like flares it out behind him and like strides with not as fast as Snape normally does, where like the cloak continues to gust, but he does flare it out behind him and then he just strides with really confident purpose. He owns the place, literally.
Yeah.
I'm gonna grab a Doonby's shoulder before we leave the room.
Mm-hmm.
And lean and whisper, "If he's such a great general, why doesn't he just supplant the information? You'd find the spy so easily."
I don't know what game he's playing at, but I assume he's up to no good, always. I think it's clear that I do not like the man.
Are you two whispering aside, or
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Does anybody have a quill that I could borrow?
He left one there.
Okay, well then I'll take that real quick, and I'm gonna write something on the back of that paper that he wrote the names on for me, and that's that.
Cool.
Mal will.
Good move with that. Like that.
Oh, well, before Sten leaves, and Demir will ask, are we seriously thinking about helping him with the whole hidden spy situation?
I don't want to stroke his ego, but I've made a promise to Alistair over these past few days. He's more important to get back to normal than my dignity in this situation.
Yes, but do we really have to do what he says to get back our friend's soul?
I don't know. I don't know anyone else who can help us. I don't want to see one of our hands on that wall holding that bag.
How does he even know if what the correct answer is?
I think he's just plain coy. I think he does know. He's lived for a very long time.
Min, without saying anything to you, I'm going to hand you a paper. That is the one that you saw him write, and on the back of it, it says check handwriting. So just so you have that.
Mal will turn to Alistair and How do you feel?
The same that I've always felt. It's nice to have this. And I'll clutch the bag a little bit. Is this bag heavy?
No, it feels like it's empty.
It's not morally heavy.
I mean, yeah, it's that.
Does it have like a weight to it? You know?
The fact that there might be more in here than just me is off-putting, to say the least. Who's to say what state any of these souls are in, let alone mine?
Well, I just want to assure you that, if Strahd doesn't hold up to his end, well, we could always go to my father. I'm sure he could help us.
But I would like that a lot. Maybe even if he does, I'm not sure how much we trust this guy.
He seems... I know most noblemen tend to be detached. They kind of have to be to rule, but I've never felt someone look at people with such apathy. Usually people hate people or have really harsh feelings, but it feels like he thinks of everyone as tools or playthings or steps towards his goals. I don't know why I thought he would be different.
He's definitely an interesting man, I can say that much.
Well, we should get back to it. The sooner we solve this test of his, the sooner we can leave with your soul. So
True.
she'll walk out the door.
All right, so you guys head down the stairs, and at this point, Strahd's like gone, like just walked on down, didn't wait for you.
Do we have to walk through Leaf's room again?
Yes. So
I'm gonna apologize to him.
You guys
learned that he died in his sleep.
Apologize to. Sorry, what did you say?
Apologize to him now that we've learned he died in his sleep.
Before we leave, though, could I open this door? What room did he say this was? A guest room or the study?
Yes, he said it was a guest room. It's unlocked.
Oh. And there's a person.
There is. There's this like mid-20s woman who seems slightly startled that you've opened the door. I'm sorry, can I help you?
I'm sorry, I didn't know anyone was in here. What's your name?
Gertruda? What's yours?
Mim? What you doing here?
I'm staying here. What are you doing here?
Having dinner?
Oh, you're the guests. Great. Are you enjoying dinner?
Yes. How come you're not at dinner if you're also a guest staying here?
Oh, there wasn't enough seats. So Rahadin's been bringing me some of the courses. I didn't want to intrude.
Yeah. Are you a prisoner here, or are you?
No,
you're choosing
no,
to...
I came
Oh,
here.
okay. Does she look like she's not a vampire?
No,
Okay.
she appears to have rosy complexion. She's still got
Mim
blood
comes in
pumping.
and just sits on the bed.
Mad blood.
Oh, hi. Shouldn't you be getting back to dinner?
Yeah, but I'm just a little bit curious about you.
Okay.
I can't help it. It's just in my nature. Also, what's the door behind you?
That's the closet.
Oh, cool. Mim opens it and goes inside. Anything cool in here?
There's clothes.
Oh, cool.
Excuse me. Oh, okay. You're impulsive, aren't you?
Yeah, so are there any other guests here besides like the employees and things?
No, just me. And, well, yeah, and the staff, and Cyrus.
Mhm.
No, just me.
Mim like kicks back and lays on her head on the and she's like, "Wait, so what do you think of everybody?"
Well, they're all very kind to me. They allow me free reign at the castle, or, I can walk the grounds. Which I honestly is more than I'm used to. I used to be just stuck in one room.
Oh, that's horrible.
Yeah, my mom was very protective.
Have you ever thought about living in a tree? Really nice.
I haven't. I did, like, just in the branches?
Or you could build a house.
Oh, I don't know how to build things.
Oh, is her hair like around her shoulders and stuff?
Yeah, it's like shoulder length. It's black hair.
I come up and I say, "Oh, your hair is so pretty," and I like brush it off to the side.
Thanks.
I'm just looking at her neck.
Oh, you don't touch it?
No, I touch her hair. I'm like, "Oh, it's so pretty," and I'm like playing with it, trying to see if I can see anything on.
Yeah,
I don't
she's
know, I feel like
visibly uncomfortable and trying to pull away. And to the point that she almost, like, you accidentally yank her hair because you're like, I'm
so sorry.
But you roll me a perception check.
Okay. Check. Are you?
Oh! Her neck is bare. There's no marks or anything.
That's lame. No marks or anything?
Nope. Just a neck.
And I believe like everything she's saying. She's just like
She
harmless.
seems super uncomfortable, but she doesn't appear to be lying.
Well, Gertrude, have you heard anything suspicious going on around here?
Well, I know there's whisperings that Strahd's unhappy with some sort of scenario, but I don't know the details.
Have you heard anything, like any names or anything?
He just said that there's like some information leaving the castle. I don't know a lot. I don't know.
Well, do you know anyone who might know information?
Rahadin knows a lot. He talks to everybody. Or Cyrus. They see the most out of everyone. Or Helga. Helga cleans all the rooms, so she hears all sorts of things.
Okay, it's very nice meeting you. Stay safe.
Okay. Enjoy dinner. Bye.
Tiny Fairy, perhaps, given the wall that we just walked by, it might be best to control your impulses while we're in this castle.
Well, I'm not gonna steal anything. He said we could explore and we should be careful. And I understand the risks of being eaten by monsters and things. I'm just saying. Well, I met a very nice lady in there, okay? And, if I didn't explore, I wouldn't be able to make new friends. And I push past it.
All right, so you guys again hit the third floor landing, which has the door, before continuing down to the second floor, where Leaf's office is. I know,
Turn
Sten, you wanted to
away.
speak. Sten, you wanted to speak to Leaf. Is there anything else that you guys want to do on this floor?
Are we just by ourselves?
Yeah, Strahd like left. In fact, both these doors are open because he strode through them.
Maybe we'll ask everyone since we're not at the dinner yet. Are we actually in earshot of anybody, or can we like actually have a private conversation?
You could shut the door, and Leaf would be inside the room.
Does like the, I guess like do I think people will be able to hear? Like where do I think it's like is a nice, it's a good spot to like have a conversation?
There's that third floor landing you passed.
Sure. I do me ask. Would you all come with me for 1 second? And I'll try to head over to the landing.
Populating.
Do people actually come, or do you guys
I'll
want to
follow.
like?
Oh, sure.
Mim hesitantly follows.
He made us wait. We can make him wait.
Petty revenge. I love it. So, what do we actually plan on doing here? Just want to make sure that we're on the same page.
I plan on helping to the best of my ability. To be honest, this is kind of my job back home. So,
Do we want to give him the right answer? Do we want to pretend that we gave him the correct answer?
I feel like if we give him the wrong answer intentionally, he'll. I mean, that ended up really bad for Stan with Morgantha.
I will also say I have a feeling, as far as us not telling him things, he might know more than he lets on.
I think we should probably assume that he already knows who's leaking information.
He probably is just playing with us anyway. And I hate that. Like, I don't want to be toyed with again, but like, we kind of have to get Alistair's soul.
He took over this entire land. As the general, you don't think he doesn't know how to handle a spy?
Then how come he hasn't done this forever ago?
He's toying with us.
Right. To that point, I do think it might be more of a puzzle that has an answer. And we're just assuring that it does. We might be the second set of eyes.
I hope that it's only us and him who are in on it.
Did anyone at dinner happen to acquire something when we were getting food?
Oh, yes, Strahd gave me a note. Saying that if I wanted to leave the land by myself, to raise one of my wine glasses.
Wait, what?
I did not believe that there weren't strings attached, so I said no.
That's really weird. Like, he was gonna just like...
Insight check.
On me?
On Mim.
On Mim.
Can I join that?
God! 8. Hate these dice.
Mem with an
Oof.
8.
Also 8.
Wait.
So for the 8, what?
Should I roll?
No.
Typically it's you either roll persuasion or deception. You don't tell us which one it is. And then you answer based off of that, based off what you roll.
If you're rolling it on Foundry, you should make it a private roll.
Yeah. How do I?
Just down the bottom, right above the box.
Right. Private. Is it private GM roll?
That'll work. Because then,
Okay.
then chat will
Yeah.
see what you rolled too.
Mm-hmm. You guys both got 8s?
Yeah.
Okay. You guys know that I'm not being clear, and that there's something else to this, and that I'm really concerned, but you don't know exactly what's going on.
Dinby, I feel like you aren't the only person to get it
Oh, yes.
off
Miles.
of it while we're here.
Hmm?
I wouldn't mind if someone took it. If you can be free of this, go do it.
Strahd told me that he has no control over who gets out. And then he sent me a private note that he'll allow me to leave. I don't trust a single word this man says. Frankly,
Sorry.
frankly, if there's a way to get out of here, personally, I believe that dealing with Strahd is probably the best answer, not working with him. But Malice, you also got a note. Was it the same one?
Malice like has been like she like visibly panics when you say that. Like she's like starts looking like multiple directions and just goes, no.
Insight check?
Can my passive insight take care of that?
26.
Yeah, no, it's pretty obvious that she's so I mean, especially since the dude me rolled so high, like she is like that. She's telling the truth in the sense that like she didn't get the same one as you, because especially during the whole conversation, she didn't seem like she seemed like she was thinking and concerned about what you said, and then as soon as you were like, oh, by the way, you like, and you put her on the spot, she was just like, oh shit, I didn't think that my note was in question. So she's trying to, she feels uncomfortable about what was in the contents of her note.
I'm
Did
still
everybody?
I'm still listening. I'm just gonna step away for a second.
Did everybody get a note?
Yes, but oh, actually, I don't know.
Did you get a note, Sin?
No.
Oh,
I also did
Also-
not.
Why did you guys choose which wines you got? Like red or what, you know?
Oh,
That's what I was saying.
a note gave me instructions.
What?
oh. I'm wary of drinking blood.
What? Oh.
I
Okay, yeah.
chose the red as not to offend.
I
Oh.
chose the red because it's a far superior wine choice.
That's
Hmm.
also, I found that true while we're here.
Yeah, I prefer reds, but no, the Van Richten book details that they drink blood. They don't drink. They don't drink. I didn't want to risk accidentally drinking something disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if this was
Who-
blood, it was the most delicious blood I've ever tried.
To be
Oh,
fair,
God.
and you've made me drink disgusting things that I thought were good.
I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about.
So, Doomby, did Strahd actually hand you the note? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, someone else handed me the note, but Malice, you never answered my question.
Well, I'm sorry. The note was very
It was very personal. Suffice to say, he has a lot of details on me and my father.
Yes, but what was the what did he promise you? What did he ask of you?
It wasn't really like he asked anything as much as it was he wanted my permission to have him assist me, I suppose, in something, in a personal matter. It's really complicated. I'd rather not go into it.
I made a mistake.
Oh.
I hit the wrong button on accident.
Your face on stream. I'm a few seconds behind.
I think it's important to realize here, and the reason why I'm asking you this is a man that loves to play games and ask favors. I don't know if I feel like it's very important for us to be transparent with each other because as soon as you're caught in his web, I imagine that it is hard to get out.
I don't usually agree with Nature Man over here, but in this case, I'd have to say you told us that you've got a list of instructions and then told us that he knew personal things about you, so I'm having trouble trusting you right now.
Well, and how do we know we can't trust you? Or how do we know we can trust you, though?
It's okay, ma'am.
Okay, wait, I have an idea. Okay. So, I got a note too, but here's the idea, because none of us really want to come super clean about our notes. We should check, because I got mine from a specific person. And it's a little suspicious that we all got notes about different things. So what if we just rip off a piece of the note that has like a longer word that doesn't give us a clue, but we check the handwriting?
No, well, that's fine for yours. I think you guys are right. And she'll take out her note and read Your father knows that you are here. He is mortified that you would disrespect him so brazenly, joining a band of strangers to gallivant around Barovia while he thought you dead and shouldered the burden of your responsibilities. For your discretion, the Count has deemed not to share this in front of your companions, but your father demands you return home. If you agree, raise the Pinot during the toast, and the Count will send word to your father.
You raised that!
Oh,
didn't you?
Yeah.
Wait, you're returning home?
I was hoping that we could discuss visiting after all of this.
I thought you meant like you were gonna leave us.
Well, if you guys didn't want to go that direction, then I would have to. I was hoping I could, since we were all, it seemed you guys were interested in going there. It seems like my father's really angry. Oh.
Yes. Well, fathers get angry. That's what they do.
Right. I'm sure it's just once he sees you, it'll be cleared up. So.
Can I see your guys' notes?
She'll hand her note over.
Do you not trust me?
No, I do trust you. I just don't know why. I just want to see. I didn't get a note from Strahd. Mine's not from Strahd. But it's still suspicious that, like, at the same time, you guys got notes from not Strahd. So I just don't know if I can trust my note, and I can't say about it yet. But if I just check your handwriting, that would be very helpful.
Sure.
Okay.
Fortunately, mine is no longer here.
You got a note?
It may have caught fire somehow. Don't know how.
Ma'am, I'm sending you the contents of a duty's
Okay. I also want to check if the handwriting's all the same.
Can I insight check Andar? Just for funsies.
Sure.
Just for fun.
You're checking yours against the Doonbees?
Jimby and Mal. Because there are supposed to both be from Strahd, is what
Yes,
I'm
and both of theirs are immaculately written, beautiful lilting script. They do not match your handwriting at all.
Dun dun dun.
What did your note say, Andar?
Well, I'm kind of worried that we're not exactly alone.
Exactly allowed to do what?
Not allowed, alone. I'm not
alone.
convinced that our conversation right now is private.
Well, of course not.
I mean,
What, you guys think that, like, they're not listening right now?
I mean, makes perfect sense. I feel like he's known everything that's been going on with us, or at least he acts like he does. So I wouldn't be surprised. But if it makes you more comfortable, we could wait until another time. But it seems like we are doing this, yes?
Yeah.
We have to.
Okay then.
Okay, then. I hand them their notes back.
Well, actually, I suppose, thinking back, he's already told us that not everyone here... Mine just simply said that not everyone in Ravenloft is loyal to the Count.
And was yours from Strahd too?
I don't think so. He didn't
Oh.
give it to me.
Was the handwriting, like, really pretty or kind of, like, smudged and, like, written really fast or something?
What an excellent question.
How did you all come about
It
these
looked like
notes?
about 11 point Times New Roman.
Oh my god. What the heck is that? Huh.
It was slipped in my food, Sten. Or under my plate.
Interesting.
Who's doing your food again?
Already made the joke about slipping secrets in dessert.
I think it was supposed... I can't remember when Helga switched with the woman who came on to Doonby.
Well, so
I don't
Valenta
remember.
switched with Anastraya, but Helga served the salad.
Oh, right. Yeah.
It was the South. Okay. Interesting.
Valenta.
Okay, since we're gonna do this anyway, I vote that we should interview Helga first. For no reason.
I hate to split up, but if we truly trust that Rahadin is not a suspect, that does leave one for each of us, right?
No. Oh, I did find out something so that I met a girl in the guest room. Her name was Gertruda. She said that Rahadin and Cyrus probably know a lot because they see everything.
Okay.
So they still might be important to talk.
Does that name sound familiar?
Which one?
The name she just said? Is it
Gertruda?
Oh, Gertrude.
Mm-hmm.
Roll me a history check. Just
shit.
because this is like one of the very first sessions.
God!
Oh.
It was a
then-
natural 20, and then like it hit the wall and went nope 2.
Oh no!
Yeah, that is literally the worst.
Fuck, man. So what is that? 5 total? 6 total?
The name rings a bell. You feel like you've heard someone mention it, but
Can I roll at that because I don't have disadvantage?
sure.
I feel. Never mind.
Fuck it. I'm gonna use the inspiration. I'm going again.
Oh
Wait.
shit!
Can I use it after I know the result? What are the rules?
I think so for inspiration.
Think.
Fuck it.
Fuck it.
Fuck.
15, by the way.
Then
13.
13. All right. Both of you seem to recall Gertruda. Wait, didn't Ismark say that there was a Gertruda in Barovia that went missing and that her mom was distraught?
Crying even?
Yeah.
Wailing even?
Yeah.
Wailing.
Gertruda. We know that name.
Oh, we do? I don't remember.
Yeah. Do you remember the crying that we heard coming through Barovia?
Oh.
Ismark mentioned it.
What was it? What did they call it?
Mad Mary.
Mad Mary.
I just rolled a history to see if I remembered now that they're talking about it. Oh, yeah.
We had to pass by her house every time we went between Ismark and Ireena's and the church.
That's good to know.
Gertruda said that she was happy to be here and that she gets to walk around the grounds and it's better than home because at home she was locked up in one room.
Happy to be here.
And you found her not leaving a room?
No, she was in that room that was right by the lounge that we were in. That I think he said was a guest room. And from what I could tell, she seemed like not scared. And she said everyone's really nice and she came here by her own choice. I don't know if that's true. Maybe
She was charmed to be here.
Oh, crap.
On an unrelated note, we've been up here a very long time, and Ireena is still downstairs. So
I was about
going
to
to
say,
head on down.
Around this time, Rahadin comes up the stairs and then is surprised to find you on this landing and like comes in and goes, "Oh,
Oh, ow. And thank you guys for helping me. I'm sorry. I just hurt my foot.
We were actually just looking for you, Rahadin.
yes.
Normally you're behind a door. We couldn't find one.
Did you happen to get lost on your way back to the dining room? The count
Oh,
need to come
we were
collect
just-
you."
We were just having a chat and would actually like to ask you a few questions.
Of course. How may I be of service? But
So-
while we speak, let's head back downstairs. The count is waiting. And dinner.
Also, can I steal a bathroom break right about now?
yeah.
Cool.
Thief!
Right. We will take a 5-minute.
His hand?
Alistair's gonna die for that bathroom break.
We said we had some questions
That's
for
what just
Rahadin.
happened. Yeah.
Oh yeah. So
We actually found out from him that Strahd is playing us for sure. That's what Rahadin told.
so
Over the break, he told us that. So, yeah.
he said, yes, of course, I'd be happy to answer some questions, but let's head back down. The dinner is awaiting, and we don't want to keep the master. So he starts heading back down the stairs.
I've got a question.
Yes, of course. What is it?
We've been made aware that you've been helping Strahd for a while, but you share the same last name.
He smiles. He says, yes, one of my finer accomplishments.
Did Strahd gift you a name?
It was actually Strahd's father who gifted me the name.
Oh.
Oh.
You see, I have served the Rahadin line for many, many years, and his father, and Strahd as well, saw fit to honor me for my service by gifting me the last name of the house. He continues through into Leaf's room.
Oh, dear Leaf, we're so sorry. Just so sorry.
Yes, sorry, appreciate it, but don't worry, thank you.
Thank you, I guess.
Is there a bed in that room?
No.
Good.
So Rahadin comes to the other side of the room and just waits for everyone to file through.
I've got more questions. If
You can fight. You can ask questions. It's on the way down.
Step on any toes.
I'm gonna try my best to stay between Jinbi and any source of fire.
Okay.
You fool, I am the fire.
Listen, the best thing we could do is just burn down the whole castle.
Honestly, you're right.
Disagree.
And I also was going to tell you I was going to ask if you wanted to like lead the conversation, by the way. Sten.
If no one has more questions. Brad, sorry, the change of sceneries and going through doorways, it messes with my head. I meant to ask you this earlier. Stop me if I'm going a little too personal. So that cart that you have can travel wherever, right?
Well, it can travel
Like
at
pretty-
increased speed.
Right, and I'm just, I guess, super curious what you need the speed for.
Whatever do you mean?
Well, I mean, we've just met Leaf, who I think handles financials. I don't know if he does it very well. Do you go and capitalize and in serve as a debtor, or? I guess I'm curious what your business with the house is.
I am Strahd's right hand. I help maintain the castle. I serve the Lord's interests. I assist with any errands he needs run, keep the castle stocked, keep the staff fed, cleansed, and supplied.
Again, so sorry if I'm overstepping. Are your errands more monetary errands? Physical objects, or?
They vary. I do not have a sort of regular list, if that's what you're inquiring about. The master sends me on errands as needed, whether it be to take him or other special guests to specific locations, or pick them up, as I did with you, to pay visits to certain subjects that either require to send him a message or receive one, handle business handlings of his across Barovia.
Surely you know of Valaki's change?
I am aware, yes.
Was it you with the ear on the ground, or?
Whatever do you mean?
Well, you said you're his right-hand man, so do you find the news to get to him, or?
No, the master has plenty of sources of information outside of myself.
Oh. I guess you can't be everywhere at once, right?
Of course. Have you guys all filed through at this point? Cool. I'll just
Yeah.
Oh,
Oink, oink.
I had it selected on me, and it was just a dark staircase.
Yeah, me too.
It was on a different floor.
No. You guys can.
Yeah, sure.
Dun 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 dun.
Oh, that's where he went. Oop, didn't mean to move you. Sorry. I thought I had Rahadin on this floor, and I did, and so now I have 2 Rahadins, but that's fixed. All right, cool. So he waits for everybody to file through, holding the door, kind of speaking to Sten from the large hall. Adunbi and Mim, are either you addressing Leaf, or are you guys just heading through?
No, we're
I
heading
just got
through.
through.
Cool. So he shuts the door behind you and leads you guys all back downstairs, at which point...
Oh, look at
When
this
we
hallway.
get to the top of the next stairs.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sorry, I have one more. I guess it's more of a request this time. I'm sure you've noticed walking in and out that my plate has been more and more untouched. I was wondering if I could speak with who's cooking to, I guess maybe arrange a more I don't know, fitting meal.
Yes, Cyrus, of course. We have made the observation throughout dinner that certain objects are not to your liking, and he's attempting to adapt. Unfortunately, he is not used to special requests.
I can offer some. I've done plenty of cooking. If he needs more direction.
No, he dare not impose.
All right.
You are here to enjoy the dinner as guests. It would be
carrots,
rude.
please.
Of course. I will be sure to pass along the information.
And he continues down the staircase, slowly making his way back to the dining room itself.
Cap mayo or no mayo?
Mayo's fine.
Did you say no carrots or more carrots?
I said no carrots. Because I don't need any more sass from Andar.
So Rahadin just comes and holds the door open. Alistair's the first one in. You come in and you see that Strahd is chatting with Ireena, and they're both kind of chuckling, and Ireena seems much more affable than when you left. And Vasili's just sitting quietly in his chair.
Looking any kind of way?
Vasili?
Yes.
He just seems to be observing. He's staying quiet. He's minding his plate, which has been cleared.
Gotcha.
You'll notice that all of the plates have been cleared from the previous serving. Which brings us back to the dining room.
What in the fuck was that?
What was that?
There's some kind of.
That was very scary.
Was that
I'm taking my leave.
Sirenscape crash.
It was nice to meet you, Strahd. But
that was terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny.
Not a fan.
That was definitely the
And roll initiative.
Yeah, no joke.
I was
Holy
expecting
shit.
that, to be honest.
It seems like I entered the wrong place.
Oh, there's a different creepy dining table.
But you know, if there's no traps here, can I still go down this place?
Where to?
Are you
I went through the wrong door, and then now I'm Wait, no,
Oh,
this is
you're
up
leaving
front.
the castle, yeah.
Oh no, this is up front. Okay, never mind.
It's like later.
That's
I
really.
was like, where did you go?
Oh, no, actually, now I'm curious. I want to open another door.
I signed the notes, bitches. See ya.
Ooh, this is a nice hallway.
Oh, I didn't mean to close that. I meant to click on you so that your view can be seen.
I'm curious. There's so many doors in this castle.
What did he just call this a chapel or something?
Yes,
What
he
was
said
it
that the chapel was through that
It's
way.
locked. It's not fair.
Faith should not be locked behind doors. But do me revolt.
It's not fair.
God damn it, guys.
Specifically a Doonby. This grand hall is choked with dust and stretches into darkness ahead. Webs hang from the arched ceiling like drapes, and life-size statues of knights line the hallway on both sides, their eyes seeming to watch you as you walk through the hallway.
Oh, cool.
Roll initiative.
You know, Barovia is going to get smart and they're going to start locking their doors just because of these stupid adventurers that are over here.
I mean, the doors already here are locked here. At least the important ones. Or maybe they lock the unimportant doors to throw us off.
Ma'am, are you heading back to the kitchen as well?
To the kitchen? Or
I'm
the
sorry, the
dining
dining room.
Was he actually playing his organ?
It was playing again, but he was not the one playing.
I don't know where I am.
Here, I'll just grab you.
Oh, there I am. Sorry. I was like not looking at the place.
No worries. But so you guys come in, Strahd's entertaining Ireena, Vasili sitting quietly, and as you guys enter, he kind of looks up and says, I'm glad that you have returned to the feast. I was concerned you had gotten lost, but I see Rahadin has brought you back. And Rahadin kind of bows back out and shuts the doors again. I believe that it is time for our next course, is it not? After all, what is a feast without more food?
I'm going to dismiss Doctor Who back into a pocket dimension.
Alright, sounds good.
I'll just face Vasili, I guess. So, what did you two get on about?
We had some conversations about politics and the weather, and this storm is really coming down. As you guys are speaking, the four women come back through the door, and once again split to serve everyone. And at this point, Anastraya is not even trying to like shove Valenta and Anastraya have just fully completely switched positions. But they come out with these large plates of roast pheasant and potatoes, and the pheasant it's almost like a solid sized, not quite as large as like a chicken, more like a quail sized pheasant. But each of you has a full roasted pheasant with spices and herbs scattered. The skin is just starting to peel off, and it's got that juicy, rich meat smell. And the potatoes are this like creamy mashed potatoes on the side, on like one corner of the plate, and then the other corner of the plate, it's like these tossed au gratin potatoes, where it's like the kind of home style, like fried type. But Sten specifically, rather than roast pheasant, you've got potatoes, and then you've got what appears to be a roast eggplant that has been layered with like a sort of cheese melting out from the center, and then two stuffed mushrooms kind of stuffed on either side of the eggplant. And you've got basically like a vegetable platter with cheese and the potatoes.
Sounds really good.
Yum.
But they lay the plates before you, and Strahd says, "Now, where were we? We were talking about each other, were we not? And if you'll pardon me," he kind of like looks off to the fireplace for a moment. He says, "I only have a few minutes. I have to step away to deal with a guest who is indisposed, but I will return shortly. But before I proceed, we were discussing each other. We are learning more about each other, were we not?"
Dare say we need a refresher.
Oh, well, let's see. We discussed where we were from, what we had been up to, and Andar told me of his studies. Alistair, we discussed the poor occasions that have befallen him on his journey to Barovia. We were learning about your experiences here. What you have learned, what you have found, what you have lost. But if you'd like, I'd be happy to open up a new topic. I don't mean to put you on the spot. All right, well then.
Doomy will look at Sten.
I'm just staring at my plate. I don't want to move it because I don't want to find out if there's a note there. After hearing about everyone else's notes.
I think Sten might be upset that there's no carrots on his plate.
If you would like, we can arrange for carrots. Is that your preference, then?
I'm more of a pick them myself kind of person.
Of course. I dare not impede upon your hobby.
Well, I didn't think eating a meal is a hobby, but...
Well, I was more referring to the picking of carrots, but... Tell me, Sten, I am curious. Do you consider yourself to be a good person?
Oh no.
Here we go.
It's a good question. I suppose in my eyes, sure.
And what
In someone else's, who knows?
What specifically do you find constitutes a good person?
Well, for me personally, I suppose it's, maybe not trapping people. Maybe not interrogating people. If, they don't want to be talked to. Maybe it's, not threatening people if they stray too far from a course, you know? Helping them walk it instead.
I am so sorry if I have offended you in any way. I did not mean to corner you or put you on the spot.
No, I'm sorry, there's some things from, a long time ago that, I guess I've had a similar conversation.
Really?
Do you not talk about your own morality with colleagues?
Certain colleagues. Tell me, Sten.
Very same.
Do you consider me to be a good person? From your description, it seems like perhaps not.
I'm afraid I don't know enough to know that you're good. No.
Make an assessment.
If I gave you a gift, and you already had something, would you give the gift back? Re-gift it? Or just put it in a pile? Forget about it entirely?
I suppose it depends on the gift. If it were something that I thought would bring value to someone else that I cared about or respected, I would see no problem re-gifting it, unless you considered it a personal gesture of some kind, in which case I would not mean to offend you. But if it were something that you did deem personal and it could potentially alienate you by re-gifting, and or it was something of value that was worth keeping, then perhaps I would hold on to it. I imagine that the context of such a question relies a great deal on both the gift and the context in which the gift was given.
It's exactly why I ask it. There's too many caveats to know if it's the right idea or not. You need more information. So, I can't answer your question.
How fascinating. He stands up and he kind of walks towards the other end of the room. Kind of the light of the fire casting a shadow upon half of his face. And he seems to kind of look off into the middle distance. I once considered myself to be a good person. I served my family with honor and ambition. I furthered the goals and reach of my father's empire. I fought for glory and for the betterment of my people and my loved ones. I accomplished amazing things. And yet, as time wore on, I settled down. I built this castle. I became a ruler. And I watched. When you have lived as long as I have, you see many things. And let me say, those who consider themselves to be good people, those who consider themselves caring, history is littered with good people. Those who don't want to ruffle any feathers. Those who would rather comfort those around them in a time of need or in a time of hardship, rather than seek to create change that could potentially improve the situation at large. Those who open the doors for ambitious people to take advantage of their generous systems and cast them aside, to be forgotten, to be trodden upon. These people have no safeguards in place, and the people who climb over them to reach their goals are sure to change these systems in ways that they cannot be so easily taken advantage of again. I learned that it is very rare that good people make any sort of difference. They would much rather keep their head down and try and make everyone feel good with the cards that they are dealt than fight for cards that might promote any sort of change for their betterment. Because, generally speaking, most people are averse to conflict. And as you said, we wouldn't want to offend anyone.
Then I have to wonder if maybe it's our surroundings that kind of dictate our moral compass. Maybe if you were a good man previously, but your surroundings decided not, then maybe that's why you're stuck yearning. And maybe I'm yet to make the same mistake. But maybe now I think I'm fine, good, well, but I do need to climb over people. Maybe that's the wrong move too.
I'm glad we had this discussion, then, Simon. You have fascinating perspective, and I hope that your words are true. I do miss the simplicity of being a good person. But if it
Hardly simple.
But if it comes down to being known as good versus making a difference, perhaps that is a sacrifice that each person must choose for themselves, no?
The challenge of legacy versus law, truly. Being known by name or seeing the effects of what you do, nameless.
He comes and he steps back to his chair. This has been a very enlightening discussion. He turns to the rest of the table. I apologize that we have been dominating the conversation. I became engrossed in Stan Simon's words.
I apologize as well. I suppose I have a habit of it.
But you are quite
Yeah,
skilled at it,
also-
I must admit. I'm sorry.
Hmm?
I did not mean to interrupt. What did you say?
Oh, no, nothing.
As you wish. Is everyone enjoying their food?
I haven't touched it.
Absolutely amazing.
I'm pretty much done with all of
Mine's gone. Yep.
Adumbi
Name's
also hasn't
licking
touched
her
his.
plate.
Well, it appears that more food might be in order. I will allow the next course, and if you'll excuse me, as I said, I have certain matters to attend to. I will return shortly. And he stands from his chair and sweeps from the room. And as he leaves through the right door, the left door opens, and the women begin to file through once again. Carrying the next course,
God.
which is various cheese and fruit platters. Camembert, Roquefort, I don't know how you pronounce these cheeses. Roquefort and Cantal.
Sounds too
Chantal?
fancy for me.
I know Camembert. Is it
No.
Chantal? Is it a soft C?
I believe so, yeah.
So Camembert, Roquefort, and Chantal cheeses. With apples, grapes, and plums. And he leaves the room. Oop. And they file in and start serving these plates to everyone. And you can see that these plates are more kind of lighter fare, meant to break up the heavy courses. But the fruit all seems plump and ripe and new and polished and cleaned. And the cheeses are cubed and sliced, and they're each served on like a small smoked wooden platter.
Delicious. So modest.
Man, I haven't eaten like this since. How long have we been here?
I think maybe 10 days, something like that.
I haven't eaten like this in 11 days.
Is there anything
That's-
specifically? Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying that must be a lifetime for you, and it
You saying
isn't?
I'm old?
No, you're very young. But you must be like
Feel like a long time.
at least 40, yes?
Somewhere around there, yes. Give or take 20 years.
I mean, that's
I'd
like
like-
splitting
Amazing
hairs.
60.
Right, incredible, right? What did it feel like when you were 60? All those years ago.
Who's that to?
You.
Oh, I'm still jumping. Does Ireena look? Man, because have we? So the ghost at the Bergmore Manor
Yes.
had taken over some people's minds to make them move in different ways and attack people. Right? Did they have like a visible gloss where they were out of control of themselves?
You mean when they were like doing the confusion effects and stuff?
Yes.
Yes, their eyes would glaze over.
Does Ireena have any similar traits of she doesn't look to be in control of herself, just looking at her eyes?
Roll me an insight check.
Yes. Ooh, 21.
Looking at Ireena doesn't appear to be behaving in any way that would like. Ireena seems to be acting slightly differently, but it doesn't appear to be like maliciously or controlled in any way. Upon closer inspection, you see that her face is slightly flushed and her eyes are slightly dilated, and you realize that she's a little bit drunk.
Oh,
She's just been drinking the whole time we were gone.
Well, I mean, if Vasili was only talking about the weather, I would.
Yep.
I mean, it's a combination of she's incredibly nervous. She was separated from you guys. The small talk was terrible. And the wine keeps coming.
Speaking of that, is the bolt still on the table?
The bolt is still on the table, yes.
Oh my god, okay.
Okay.
He's just taking like 1,000 little sips.
It's very much just that, like, the food got taken away while you guys were you were in between courses. Food was not continually served, but the wine was, and she needed something to do.
Yeah.
And nerves, which the alcohol is helping.
Okay. Thanks.
And you said it was a 21, right? You also noticed that she seemed to kind of like look a little bit in the direction that Strahd went.
Yeah, of course he.
Of course you
It
would.
wouldn't. That guy fucking does squats.
So, does anyone want to do anything before the women leave the room?
I guess the DMA will call out to, excuse me, I forget your name.
Anastasia.
That would be it.
She
So
kind of
you're,
like she does the thing where she like turns and she flips her hair, like when you call out to her, she turns and she flips her hair so that it catches on her shoulder, and then when she says it, she kind of like rolls her shoulder a little bit so that like her hair kind of fluffs. She's like, Anastasia.
So you're married to Strahd, yes?
Yes, darling, but don't worry, I got taste for other men too.
How's the marriage?
Oh, it's just lovely. Strahd provides me with all sorts of lovely, wonderful gifts. I'm just saying. I got really southern. I lost the Jersey part of it. Buick Skylark. He provides me with all sorts of lovely gifts. He treats me like an absolute princess.
Did I hate it?
I hate it.
Voyage.
Skylark.
How about your other friends here?
My other friend.
He kind of just looks around.
You mean? And she kind of gestures, and like one of the faces, like kind of appears next to her. You mean my friend?
Yeah, yes.
Oh, they're harmless. Don't you worry about them. Ravenloft is filled with all sorts of crazy faces and past spirits. I just like to chatter with whoever I can, you know?
It must be lonely living up in here. Do you ever go out to other places, or do you just spend most of your time in the castle?
Oh, I go out when I want. But, why would I leave when I got so many wonderful friends to talk to? I only go out for the carnal pleasures, you know? She kind of like rolls her tongue over one of her fangs.
Adumi will just kind of just like, he won't even like end the conversation as much as he just turns away.
She kind of like,
to look at somebody else.
She kind of like comes and like leans forward again and kind of like puts her chest out forward and kind of like gets real close to you.
Is there anything that I could get you before I leave?
Oh yes, my friend actually lost something that belonged to him. If you could just ask Strahd for that, that would be very helpful for me.
Oh, did you lose something in the castle?
She kind of turns to Alistair.
Don't worry, if you lost something, I might be able to grab it for you.
I'm real confused.
Oh, is this some sort of joke? Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't realize. You're so funny.
She puts her hand on your shoulder.
Oh my gosh.
He like brushes it off.
Oh, thank you so much. You're so kind.
I do love me a playful man.
She kind of like swooshes away.
Well, if you do need anything, you know who to call.
I'll think about that.
She winks.
Definitely.
Seeing Adunbi like interrogating that wife, Mao will pick up on the fact that maybe she should do the same. So she'll turn to the other wife behind. I forgot her name. This is Anastraya?
No, this is Valenta.
Valenta. She'll turn to Valenta and be like, so do you like Strahd?
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah, it's nice. And she kind of looks at you and she's like, I have to ask, what color is your blood? Is it red?
I think yes.
Oh god.
Bummer. I thought it'd be like a more exciting color. And she turns and she serves the plate to him.
Have you seen more exciting colors of blood?
Oh yeah, my favorites are like the golds and the blues.
What creature has gold blood?
Oh, you know, just some of those who like think that they're like holy or something. Or there's certain type of monsters that have really cool blood. It can really be really artistic.
And does Strahd send you out to get those kinds of bloods?
Strahd doesn't tell me what to do. I do what I want.
I'm sorry, who?
Strahd.
Oh god.
So you haven't ever thought about like, you know, maybe you don't like being in his service or the way he does things?
Like I said, I'm not in his service. I do what I want.
So you wanted to serve us dinner?
Yeah. That way I get to see all of you and like learn things. And she looks at you and she's like, do you have like interesting colored blood? Or are you just another red?
Actually, I don't have blood.
I don't believe you.
It's just kind of laughing.
God.
Well, what color blood do you think I have?
Well, I mean, if your skin tone's anything to judge by, I'm wondering if it's like a pink berry or something. Or like a purple.
Yeah, those are very good guesses.
But like, what is it?
Is there still fruit and cheese on the
Yeah, she literally just served your fruit and cheese plate.
shove a bunch of grapes and cheese in my mouth. And I go,
Oh my god,
like,
she's so
what?
obnoxious.
Like, what are you?
I swear to God, I just spit some grapes and cheese at her.
Oh
It
man.
like you get some juice on her dress, and she looks down, and she just like reaches into one of the other folds of her dress and pulls out like a small knife and like folds the dress over the stain and stabs it.
No.
That's one way to
Sorry.
do laundry.
Too big of a bite. Sorry.
I'm not really into the whole dresses thing.
Well,
He
me
says, like,
neither.
turning to Sten. And at this point, like, gathering the attention of most of the table, Ludmila comes over and, like, starts to, like, usher Valenta away.
Valenta, perhaps we should not be disturbing the guests during their dining experience.
She's like, whatever. They're the ones who were talking to me.
I feel like I know her.
Dude,
Mal will lean over to Mim and be like, I don't think it was her.
Me neither.
Okay.
Sten, before Valenta gets the chance to draw the attention of the table, did you talk to Ludmila at all or no?
No.
Okay, cool. And Andar, I presume nothing for Helga?
Mm-mm.
Sounds good. So they all file from
Can
the
she
room.
read my mind? Because I'm thinking a thought.
Thinking the-
If you're thinking a thought, they don't appear to take any notice.
Okay.
the thought's been thunk.
There's thoughts
it I
being
did.
thunk.
She thinks she's a thought.
Trust ya.
So you have a bunch of cheese and fruit. And Vasili.
Oh, he's on the table?
Yeah, he's still there.
Tied up. So, if you were talking about politics earlier, Vasili, what are your thoughts on the occasion that happened in Valaki?
An unfortunate turn of events, to be sure. I am not a fan of what occurred there.
In its totality, or just where we last saw you?
I would say most of the events that occurred I am not terribly fond of. Lady Fiona is a cruel woman. Her methods are questionable, and some of her decisions cost much. And the Volakoviches, for as inept as he was as a burgomaster, at least he attempted to keep his people happy, which I cannot say the same for Fiona.
I do have to wonder if she has any heart, really. If she is so beholden to Strahd, why not ask him a favor to help her daughter?
Well,
Yeah.
she
Surely he
believes
can
that
do something.
she believes herself beholden to Strahd. Strahd does not respect her as she believes he does.
Does she know that?
No.
So it sounds like she's a heartless parent.
I believe she cares for her daughter, but I believe that
Not
she
enough
does.
to help.
She does not know of a solution. At least to my knowledge. She believes the Volakovich boy to be the source of her problems, but has no way to get him. Has no idea what he has done, and knows of no cure that she can trust.
I just find it so odd she wouldn't come to Strahd for help. That's all.
I imagine one of her position would not want to show weakness to someone she holds in such high regard. especially after what in her mind I'm sure is showing some sort of might or prowess. She would not want to cheapen her accomplishment, and prior to that, she would not want to show any reason that she should not be taken seriously. I believe that these are likely in conflict in her mind.
Do you think Strahd wants to be good?
I believe the master wants to be. I believe he once was.
Maybe pitch the idea to go help her.
But how would that...
If he really does not like her so much, still does something out of the good of his heart, or whatever's there. But I'm reaching too far. So sorry.
I don't know. I don't know if he would consider it unless I was able to offer some sort of reason or purpose. Just
so not good then.
Well, he believes that what is good is to help his people escape their fate that he has brought upon them. Unless this were somehow able to get him closer to that goal, I don't know that he would consider it worth his time. His goal
Fascinating insight.
His goal is to free his people.
What exactly does he do to take step towards that goal?
Well, he seeks a cure to the curse, but he believes that only one exists. And he kind of like looks around the table. I'm sure he'd be able to tell you in more detail than I.
Oh, come on, you can't just say that and not give us a hint.
Well, I do not want to overstep the master's bounds. His matters are his matters.
We promise we won't tell.
Vasili kind of like half smiles. It is not you telling that I am worrying about.
Rahadin.
As if on cue, Rahadin enters through the door.
You called.
Same question.
I'm sorry.
Surely you heard.
I merely heard my name being called. Was there something else that I ought to be present for?
Insight check.
Roll
Can
for
I
it.
tell that he is pretending not to have heard?
Honestly, the way you talk is all like wah 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 wah.
Rahadin. God, another 5.
Rahadin!
Another 8.
All right. He appears to be genuine.
Yeah. Never mind. Never mind.
Well,
I have to say, that is a fun party trick, though.
yes, many years of training. So is there nothing you need assistance with?
No, I think we already got it.
All right, then I will make my leave.
And he bows and like backs out the door while bowing. Ireena kind of leans over to you, Andar, while Sten's having this conversation.
Was everything upstairs okay?
Yeah.
Totally nothing out of the ordinary.
Anything we should be concerned about?
Oh, several things, yes.
Lovely.
And she just kind of
I'll
like
go
leans
back
back.
to eating my cheese.
She pours another glass of wine.
How reassuring.
Dude, Ireena's gonna be inebriated by the end of it.
She's been stuck in the dining room.
At what time does she fall unconscious?
Luckily, in Barovia, they drink a lot, so... Holy shit, that's spicy as shit.
What? Why is it
This is
spicy?
a really spicy piece of chicken. All right. Anyway, so as you guys are all kind of sitting awkwardly, Strahd walks back in and seeing everyone sitting. No, this will not do. It appears that the dinner conversation has died. And he comes and he sweeps back to the front of the table and he calls in Rahadin. And Rahadin comes back in. Have the staff clear the table and push it to the wall. It appears that we need some sort of dancing to liven up this evening. Don't you agree?
Jesus.
I'm sorry. What? I'm sorry?
And Rahadin says, right away, sir. And he opens the door and the women come back in. And they all clear the table and basically like take everything off and move to pull your chairs out if anyone is there anyone who like firmly sits in their chair or anything?
Oh no, I gotta
I'll stumble out of mine as it's being pulled out from under me.
Yeah.
So they pull all the chairs out and pull the table up to the wall, sliding it up to the north side. And Strahd turns around and sits down at the organ and says, Come, let us have a dance to celebrate our evening together. And he gestures as the wives and Helga kind of line up against the wall, as well as Rahadin. And he says, Rahadin, we do not have enough dance partners for the floor. Can you please go fetch Gertruda from upstairs? And Rahadin says, yes, right away, sir. And exits. And as the tables pull aside, Vasili comes and steps up to the wall. And Rahadin comes back down with Gertruda in tow. And the two of them take their places inside. And Strahd gestures and says, please, take your pick of dancing partner. Perhaps we might play a waltz or two.
And I'll walk over to Helga.
All right.
Gonna walk to Helga.
I'm probably gonna do Ludmilla.
Oh,
I can't.
I've got mine.
Oh my god.
All right. Hold on. So let me actually pair people off here. So Alistair takes Vasili, of course.
100%.
That's so funny.
Oh my god.
Andar takes Helga. Stan, you're taking Ludmilla.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Looks like Mim's taking Gertruda.
Doomby seeing Malice feeling really uncomfortable will extend the hand to her.
Nice.
Does that count? She looks at Strahd. Does it look like he's
Strahd looks at
objecting?
you two and says, I dare not intrude upon your choice, but I am sure you have had the opportunity to dance with each other. Would you not like to dance with my fine staff? They are eagerly waiting. And Anastraya actually comes over and literally like butts her, like hip checks Mal's hand out of the way. Don't worry, I got this one. and lines up with a dune bee. And then Rahadin comes over and slowly extends a hand to Mel and says,
Do not worry, madam. I would be so pleased to give you a dance.
She takes it and gets up very nervously.
And Valenta comes over and like literally stink eyes Ireena. And Ireena looks at her, looks at Strahd, downs the rest of her wine,
Yes.
and stands up.
Can't believe she's walking straight.
Do I have an organ waltz in here? I should.
Doobie, I'm invested in your situationship.
Situation.
I don't want to be invested in it.
Oh my god.
So Strahd turns and there we go. Strahd turns and just starts blaring on the organ. If the music will actually kick in. Here we go.
Da, 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 da.
And the wives all simultaneously with their partners take their hands and start spinning underneath their arms slowly. Rahadin, very like kind of like with enough force to guide you but gentle enough not to be rude, tries to like lead Malice with his hands.
She's got 2 left feet.
Anastraya is this close to a dune bee, like full on practically leaning into him. Whereas Vasili is very proper and literally like makes a move to determine whether or not you're like basically feeling out, are you gonna lead or am I gonna lead?
I'm gonna lead aggressively.
All right, so he lets you, and but he's very proper in his form, and so with your aggressive leading and also the fact that you have no creativity, so music is tough for you. Your movements are very stiff, and he's trying to almost compensate by like making your moves seem more in tune with everything going on.
Honestly, we're just aggressively walking around the room.
like almost like a dun 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 dun.
The funny thing is, this is like performance is a stat that's really good for me. Not currently.
All right.
It's like a middle school cotillion.
Who wants to address their dance partner first?
Oh, you go.
All right, I see Mal.
I literally reach for the zoom button for a hand, and I'm like, oh, that's not where that is.
So then we'll go Mal instead.
So
no, Hermes beat me to it.
Oh, then we'll go Mal, then Alistair instead.
So Mal, the whole experience is super like awkward. Like she, any pretense at like formality that she's been putting up has just completely falls apart. As she just doesn't know how to dance. But it's almost like perfect as like an excuse to actually like keep saying sorry and stuff like that. She tries to slip in like she looks at Vasili and goes like,
I mean Rahadin, you're with Rahadin.
Sorry, Rahadin. With Rahadin and goes like, who do you think is the traitor?
He kind of like smiles and leans in real close. And real quick, literally everyone needs to deafen for like 5 seconds.
Oh my god.
I'll give the thumbs up. Let me make sure everyone's muted. All right. So he whispers in your ear, and he says, "This might be a conversation to have in a more private place. Am I not mistaken? We wouldn't want to draw attention." And he kind of,
Oh, I'm so sorry, she says as she like slips again, but everyone's distracted.
I have my suspicions, but I haven't been able to observe any odd behaviors as of yet. I only have guesses at motive.
and he kind of glances over. Roll me a perception check. He looks behind you, kind of past you. And so, when you look back, and you can't tell whether who behind you he's looking at, but it seems that his suspicions are either on Ludmila, Valenta, or Helga. But he kind of like gets in real close to your ear. But the other thing is, as he's whispering in your ear and he gets this close, you almost hear in the back of your head the sound of like silent screams in the distance. Like there's this really uncomfortable feeling as he's like in your ear and getting this close. But he says,
Strahd. These are not Strahd's first wives, and they will likely not be his last. The wives are aware of this.
and he stands and continues to dance.
That was alright.
Okay.
Okay, I just turned my music Soundscape so high up because I could hear you, and so I was like, I need to turn the music up, and then it went. It's like. Also,
Okay.
really fast. Cap, is your chicken sandwich spicy?
Yes, it is very.
So you think it's the Cajun one? Maybe.
It might be.
My sandwich is spicy. Okay, sorry.
All right. So next we had Alistair, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Can I get people to deafen?
We're probably gonna have a lot of that over this.
Yeah.
And we're back. And we're go-
All right. Are we clear?
Oh wait. No, sorry.
All right, we are clear now. Fire away.
What did you do with the windmill?
He kind of leans in. And he kind of pauses and he sighs.
I got rid of her.
Yeah, that... Trust me, that's apparent. Did you... Why? Why did you do it?
Because she interfered in ways she should not have.
So, for Strahd or for yourself?
Not for me.
For Strahd?
I'm merely doing my duty.
I see. And what do you know of this? And I'll move my neck a little bit.
He nods.
I know of it.
I don't appear to recall.
You were not meant to.
And how should I take this? You were a friend until you weren't? What's going on?
This.
He pauses and he looks conflicted. You were strangers in the Master's land. He wanted to know more as to who you were, what you wanted, what you sought, and he kind of looks at you straight in the eyes. But the information I provided might provide the answers you seek. Is that so wrong?
I suppose not, but I don't know. Where do you stand with all of this? What do you want to gain?
I want to return Barovia to what it once was.
Even if that comes at the price of your master?
I think that it is impossible to achieve without my master. I believe as my master believes that there is only one way.
And what might that be?
And his eyes look over, and you follow his eye line, and he is looking right at Ireena and Valenta. And Valenta is aggressively swinging Ireena around.
I see. Well, hopefully I'll know more in time. But for now, Vasili, you are on my list.
And what list is that?
I hope it doesn't come to blows. And I'll swing him around.
When you swing him around, he turns back and he when you go through the swing, he finishes it and meets you eye to eye, and he goes, "If it were, I wouldn't blame you."
Cool.
At which point, I believe Sten is next.
Okay.
Do you want deafened?
Sure.
All right.
Why
Bye, everyone.
not?
We're back.
There we go.
We're gone.
Why not?
And we're gone.
All right. Fire away. So you're dancing with Ludmila, who is taller than you.
Oh, yes, I imagine so. Easy to do.
But she is quite the established dancer and very proper in her form.
You'll have to excuse me for rushing up to you so quickly. I had a question to ask you.
And whatsoever could that be?
It seems very obvious to me that you're, very learned, and I have a feeling that you know quite a lot about a lot. And you see, I'm a bard, and I love chronicling tales. I was wondering if we could meet after dinner, and I could learn a little.
Well, I would be honored to make your acquaintance following dinner. Perhaps.
And you can review everything I write.
Oh, for some sort of interview?
This is more of a... No, it's more of a me thing. I like telling stories about where I've been and the people I've met. And so far, you're the most interesting person at this table.
She kind of smiles slightly and she says, I wish that more at the table shared that opinion.
Is there a specific place I can meet you? You seem to all disappear so quickly.
After dinner, you can find me in the library, the study upstairs.
Okay,
third floor.
Sure. You'll have to send my apologies to, what was his name? Who's cooking our food tonight?
Cyrus Bellevue.
Cyrus, thank you. I, may notice I've not been eating a lot. I, have a bit of a sweet tooth. Just sort of save it for dessert.
Do not worry. You do not have to apologize. Cyrus is aware that everyone has differing tastes, and
the Count just wanted to make sure that you all had various foods to your liking. I will have you know, though, in life I was not as learned as I am now. Much of my teachings have come following my entry into the life of Strahd.
That just makes more of an exciting story, doesn't it?
Perhaps. I guess that's for the teller to tell.
Well, I'm excited nonetheless. And I'll make her spin me, because I'm shorter.
She does so very formally, and she kind of like pirouettes you, like one of those music boxes.
While I'm spinning, I want to make a darting glare towards Alistair and Vasili. Does it look like there's conflict?
Alistair is really aggressively talking at Vasili, and Vasili seems trying to keep the peace and the composure.
Okay, so it looks under control.
It looks under control enough that it doesn't look like anything specifically is going to interrupt their dance. No.
Okay, all right, and that's it for me.
All right. All right, who else?
Okay, back.
Who is next?
Whoever wants to be next. Anybody?
And we're back.
Who
Play
wants
the
to
song again.
have the next dance? It's
I'll do it.
Andar, Adunbi, Mim, or Mal.
I'll do it.
All right. Do you want deafening?
Sure.
All right.
Yeah.
See everybody.
And we're gone.
All right. You're clear. Go ahead.
All right. Cool. So I'm just literally like grabbing her hands and swinging her around and doing circles.
Okay.
And then like occasionally like coming in and trying to do the twist thing where you're over your arms and stuff.
Uh-huh.
And then I want to look into her eyes and just like while we're dancing and like spinning, like Sten mentioned that she was charmed. Is there a way I can tell?
You can do an insight check, or if you have detect magic.
Okay, I'll look. What do I got?
You could also try an Arcana check if that's better for you.
Well, dang. Okay, never mind. I
If
was
you
like,
want to
can I
do the
go-
Arcana instead of the insight, you can.
Okay. It is.
There you
Wow. Wait, hold on. Oh, no.
go. She doesn't appear to be showing any sort of signs of magical influence at all.
Oh. So
She seems
genuinely-
uncomfortable. She seems afraid of you.
Oh.
But she doesn't
But I-
appear to be showing any signs of magical influence and doesn't appear to have any sort of magical auras or anything that you can do by a quick sense.
Okay, well then I like slow down and I'd be like, I'm sorry, am I going a little too crazy for you?
No, yeah, you're fine. I just, I don't really know. You're, I've never seen one of you before, and you're, you just make me nervous because you seem to be a little wild. I'm not used to it. I don't mean to offend you. Sorry.
Wait, no, you're not offending me. But I mean, you are kind of wild if you like ran away from home. That's pretty wild.
She kind of like her eyes open up a little bit. She's like, yeah. It was kind of wild.
So, can you tell me your story about that? I really want to know because I just want to make sure like I get to know you.
I mean, there's not a lot to tell. My mom wanted to protect me, but her version of protection just was locking me away in the house. And I never got to leave, and I hated it. And eventually one day I got old enough that I decided that I would sneak out, and I'd heard about Strahd as ruler of the land, and so I thought maybe he might be able to protect me, and so I came here, and he took me in, and he's been incredibly kind to me since. And I've been staying here for about a year.
Well, I don't know if I buy that story. Have you thought about maybe going back home? Or like, do you miss home?
I don't really want to go back home because I know that if I went back home, my mother would just chastise me and tell me that the world is dangerous, and I would just end up back in that room again.
Yeah, well, maybe you can come on an adventure with us.
We
can protect you.
I don't know. I appreciate the offer, but I don't know you, and the Barovia is very scary and very dangerous. I don't know that I really should be.
Barovia is very scary and very dangerous, and yet you come to a vampire's home.
Well,
that checks out.
I mean, he's the most powerful man in the land. If there's anyone who could protect me, it was going to be him, right?
Oh, you poor soul. Maybe. I just think it's a little bit strange that he's just like let you stay here for a whole year with like no strings attached. He seems like he needs like favor for a favor kind of guy.
I don't know. He's been very kind to me.
Well, if you ever need anything, we are here to help too.
Okay. I don't really need anything right now, but thank you.
Okay. What about a friend? I could be a friend.
Maybe.
Why maybe?
I don't. Maybe if we got to know each other a little bit more.
Well, my name's Mim. I'm a fairy. I lived in a tree, and then I got taken by the fog, and now I'm here. Once I lived in a tower. That was pretty cool, except it kind of got destroyed. Anyway, that's me. There, now we know each other. I know you ran away from home and your mom locked you up, so now we can be best friends. Which means you can tell me anything. And I can tell you anything. Anything else you want to know?
I think I'm okay for now, thank you.
Okay. That's probably it. I don't know if I'll get much more out of her.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
There we go.
All right, so that leaves Andar, Mal, and Doonby. Anybody want to jump in?
Sure.
All right, and you want deafened?
Sure.
All right.
And we're gone.
All right, you're clear.
Oh my god, I almost deafened myself.
No, you're good. So, Helga is slightly awkward in her movement, but at least kind of tries to match you and stuff.
Oh, Andar's an incredible dancer. His parents insisted on it, so he has no problem taking lead on that.
Cool. So she doesn't really know how to follow, but you are adept enough that you know how to at least cover to the point that, like, you seem like you know what you're doing, and she can kind of keep up.
Was that you that wrote the note, or were you just a messenger?
Which note are you referring to?
The one under my plate that you gave me.
She kind of looks around and she leans in really close.
Yes, I wrote the note.
Are you who the note was referring to?
I am one of.
Who else?
She kind of looks around. And she kind of pauses, and her eyes seem to linger for a second. Roll me a perception check. All right, so you kind of follow her eye line, and she seems to hesitate on Vasili. But Vasili is, when you look over and you kind of follow her eye line, Alistair is really aggressively talking at Vasili, and Vasili seems to be kind of like trying to maintain some sort of composure. But she like looks back at you.
No one here.
Okay. Are you aware that information apparently about the inner workings of this castle has been distributed?
I have heard whispers. He is not pleased.
What was that?
He is not pleased.
No. Do you know who's doing that? Is it you?
It is not me. I have no way of passing such information outside of the castle, but
she kind of like looks over her shoulder, and the direction she's looking seems to be kind of Valenta, Anastraya, and Gertruda in a line.
some of them have friends they speak to, people or others. They could potentially pass such information. But doing so would put them in Strahd's line of fire.
Yes. Yes. Anyone else?
This is all I know. I should not share more.
Very well. If I wanted to talk to you later, where might I find you? You desperately need dance lessons.
She kind of smirks.
I will be in the throne room, cleaning.
All right.
All right.
Anything else that you want to say, or is that it?
That's it.
Cool.
Just kind of zoned out there.
Both Hewitt and Joseph have not yet seen the thumbs.
Like they're
I think-
jamming to the tunes, man.
I think you can then deafen them, can't you?
Oh, I can. That's true.
Or I'm not sure. I don't.
Oh no, I can't. Not. I can only server deafen or not.
Ah. God damn it.
All right.
See out of the corner of my eye, Nick going. Like, oh no.
It works. It's great.
So Mal and Adunbi, you are the last two.
Last two to do what?
If
Well,
you
Mal
would
went
like
first.
to. Oh no, Mal went first, so it's just Adunbi.
I like to think that Adumbi awkwardly dances with her while looking away while she just keeps talking about random shit.
We need to deafen. You need your alone time.
Yeah, I need my own
You know,
alone time.
you-
Okay. I'll have my alone time.
All right,
He
all right.
said it. He wants
Get,
alone
get,
time
get out,
with
get
her.
out, get out of here.
He wants
get
alone time with her.
Skedaddle, all of you.
All right, you're
All right.
clear.
Now that we're alone, okay. I'd like to think that Adumbi just makes awkward conversation with her the whole time. She's just like we can sit here and just talk to each other for. Well, I need you to make some faces of like, oh my god, that's really shocking or something. I'll make some things that are, yeah, exactly like that, and then I'll make some faces like, oh my god, I can't believe that. Really? That happened? Oh my god, that's crazy.
Let me tell you, I heard the most amazing thing.
That's crazy. That must have been.
Is there anything that you actually wanted to discuss?
No. I actually don't want to. I think I honestly, if I'm gonna be honest to character, I think Adumbi just really doesn't like this person.
Yeah.
And doesn't really think that she can provide anything useful. So.
Well then, how about this? I'll have, because she would be the one engaging anyway. I'll throw some stuff out, and then we'll see if any of it sticks.
Yeah, if she says anything that I can latch onto, then that will perk his attention. But by default, I think Adumi is kind of like not going to
engage.
He already thinks that she's kind of like a dead end.
That's fair. So well, she's going to
prove him otherwise.
She's gonna like lean in. She's gonna be like, "So, what brings you to the castle?"
Well, if I'm going to be honest, if I'm going to be perfectly honest, I did not really want to be here, actually. But
that's so unfortunate.
My group asked me to come. Honestly, I just want to get my friend's soul back.
Oh, your friend's soul?
Yeah.
Well, is there anything that I might be able to do to help you within your little mission? Any sort of assistance you might need? I must say I can be very persuasive. She's like
honest,
leaning up, like putting her cheek against yours and like whispering into your ear. Very persuasive.
Well, he just like completely ignores her advances and just keeps talking. It's like,
well, honestly, this all kind of seems like a game to me. It seems like your husband doesn't actually need anything from us, so.
Oh, don't you worry about him. He does what he likes, but I don't know what sort of things he might need from you, but let me tell you that if you need anything, I might be able to help.
Oh, actually, I do need something. Would you happen to know anything about what he's asking about?
And what did he ask about?
He seems to be concerned if there's a traitor.
Oh, a traitor?
Yes.
If there's anybody who's gonna be a traitor, it's Lumila. She's so old, and she's his oldest wife. She knows that she's on the way out.
She done anything suspicious?
Well, for one thing, she's a filthy Vistani. She does all sorts of suspicious things. She's always up in the library reading the books.
Strahd not like the Vistani?
No, Strahd loves the Vistani, but I never had anything but bad experiences with them. Filthy liars and thieves, the whole lot of them.
Oh, so they helped him out, but they're not to be trusted.
Well, you know, they're not all the same, and Strahd's one of those people who, if somebody does a favor, he sticks by his word. He's trustworthy. He made him a promise a long time ago, but some of them take advantage, if you know what I mean. And the other thing is that some Vistani, the ones that help Strahd, for example, those are different than the ones I'm talking about. But the problem is you can't tell which are which. They all look the same.
Very interesting.
And by the time that you actually found out, it's too late. So I just write them all off.
Well, thank you for your help. If one last thing, is there anything that you know that you could point me towards that maybe I could look into, like any leads? Like she spend a lot of time in secret somewhere, or
well, like I said, she's always up in the library reading her books. That's where she spends most of her time.
Do you know what books, or particularly where?
All sorts of books, spell books, language books, history books. She learns all sorts of crazy stuff. I don't know why she spends all of her time up there. She's just being all loner. And not only that, but she acts all prim and proper, but she wasn't that way before.
Would you like to maybe accompany me to the library? Maybe show me
Would
around?
I?
Mm-hmm.
I would love to. After dinner, I'll escort you up there.
Oh, why wait till after dinner?
Oh, you want to get private now?
I don't see why not.
Oh. Well, in that case, why don't you come with me? And she takes you by the hand, and she does one of those, like, she lifts your hand up over her shoulder and, like, rests it on her own shoulder. And then, like, in front of you, full on, like, has her hand on yours, and it's just full hip swaying, walking in front of you. Really emphasizing her hips, and leads you out of the room.
Okay, we can undeafen then.
Yeah. I'm gonna... That's hilarious.
Yes.
Alright, are we all back?
I don't think Andar is. Oh,
Yep, everybody but Mim, and she's not at PC.
Okay, so you guys, as you're observing, watch, and you're all kind of talking to your people, you watch as, at some point, during the dance, Anastraya smiles, turns, puts Adumbi's hand on her shoulder, and waltzes from the room with Adumbi. Just leads him out of the room.
I wasn't even in Foundry. I didn't realize he was gone.
Oh.
Full hip swing going on.
Damn, dude.
Yeah, surprising, right?
Good thing you're a werewolf.
I'm certain you didn't have that much gold.
Amongst other things. I'm a lot of things.
A gentle.
well.
Or maybe I'm a were-human.
Ooh.
Mm.
Your ears just get slightly less pointy.
Does he look to be excited about the fact that he's leaving?
I have like a straight face on. His face seems like normal, which is just like pleasant.
It is
Pleasant.
So,
Like,
so less
slightly
so,
smile.
because you used to be irked. Are you no longer irked?
So Adumi was very irked, but his face doesn't change that much.
Ah,
if that
I
makes
see.
sense.
Okay.
He's a very straight-faced man. But you can tell by his language when he's upset or not.
All right, so as he leaves the
We'll wait
room,
back to you.
the song ends and Strahd turns to the room and says, "Shall we have another dance, or is that enough dancing for this evening? If we would like, we might even switch partners. Or, as I said, we can put the dancing away. Whatever is most appropriate for the group."
As the dance ends, can I shake Vasili's hand?
Yeah, you can.
And while I'm doing it, can I check to make sure that the soul bag is still on me?
The what bag?
The soul bag?
Oh, yes, you can. And it
Just
is.
to make sure he didn't... Okay, cool.
Good catch, though. I like the way you're thinking. But yes, it is still there.
Does he look eager to keep dancing?
No, he seems to be genuinely offering. Like, would you guys like another dance, or would you like to switch partners, or shall we move on? He's feeling the room.
Dessert.
Of course, dessert. And he gestures, and all of the women push the seats back and the table back into place. And everyone kind of files back to their seats. Sten is conspicuously missing. Oh, not Sten. Adumbi is conspicuously missing. And Strahd kind of...
getting it on.
Strahd kind of looks over to where Doonby's seat is and says, it appears that one of my wives has taken a liking to one of your traveling companions.
That's one way to put it.
Can I give Gertrude my seat? I just kind of feel like sitting on the ground a little bit.
No. Gertrude will be heading back upstairs. There is no need for her to join for dinner today.
Well, that's not very nice.
Gertrude has had many dinners. You are guests here. I could not ask you to sacrifice your seat on her behalf. And she kind of nods and heads out of the room. Helga, Ludmila, and Valenta leave and come back in with plates of what appear to be blackberry trifles.
Ugh, I hate problems with my blackberries.
And they pass out these plates of blackberry trifles. And as they're being passed out, Strahd says, "Now, following dinner, I hope that you have enjoyed the feast. I welcome you once again to Castle Ravenloft and invite you to explore the grounds and bask in the marvel that is my manor. As I said, be careful where you step, for not everywhere in this castle is safe to visitors, but if you need me, I will be up in the lounge, and I hope that you will join me there for a digestif in 1 hour to follow and consummate our dinner together."
Consummate.
Sounds lovely.
It's only one thing on a Doomby's mind. Disgusting.
It's disgusting.
Did you guys know where Doomby went or why he went? I came back after. Okay, cool.
Oh, you guys saw him. You guys saw him during the dance at one point. Anastraya puts his hand over her shoulder, and full hip swaggle leads him out of the room.
Swag.
Wow.
It's Mr. Steal Girl.
My God, did they call him Dr. Riz?
Dr. Riz. Oh my God.
Your prescription's in.
Dr. Riz, your prescription's in.
All right.
I will eat the dessert.
It is a finely baked blackberry trifle. The blackberry kind of jam in the center seems to almost melt in your mouth as you take a bite.
Have you guys seen Continental Breakfast, the Key and Peele sketch?
I have not.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember that one actually.
Blackberries from somewhere. Oh, this is delightful. What is this?
The pancakes.
Waffles from Belgium. Brussels, but okay, anyway, yeah, it's delicious. Hard to say it can't compare to a good old-fashioned pastry, but this is very good.
So as you guys kind of finish up your desserts, Strahd once again stands up and steps from the table. Oh, Foundry's lagging a little bit. And he turns, and the wives and Rahadin and Helga all kind of join him as they all flank the doors. And he turns and does a big dramatic bow, and the rest, the wives curtsy, and Rahadin bows as well as Vasili. And he stands up and he says, "I do hope that you enjoyed dinner and that you have enjoyed your time here. As I said, feel free to make yourselves at home, and I will see you for your digestif in 1 hour. and he turns and flicks his cape and spinning on his heel walks out, and everyone else kind of files out behind him. Gonna just, you two are gone, so you're and Rahadin, before he leaves, he's actually the last one to exit. And he turns and he just addresses the rest of you and he says,
If you at any point require assistance, you need but call.
and he bows again and exits the room. And the 6 of you are alone in the dining hall.
I lean over to Sten and I say, she did seem charmed.
In a sort of bad way?
It's just like, all I could tell was that she was scared by me, but she ran away and heard rumors about being safe here. So I don't know how much is true. But she really didn't seem charmed.
Does she, at first glance, look like she could look like Ireena?
Gertruda? No.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's not the first time.
Oh,
It's not the first time we've heard stories of potential suitors not working out for Strahd.
It's Sten's cousin, Stan.
And Stan.
from upcountry.
It's just crazy. You guys having this
Right, what
lovely
you're
dinner
saying
without
is-
me.
It's Oi, Sten! Where have you been? What have you been visiting the family?
I don't know. Where have you been? I've been trying to find a bit of grub. Can't find a single thing. You're here eating a 9-course meal. Absolutely insanity. Anyways, it's very hard to get out of that. We've heard tales from Casimir. I don't know if you remember, but his sister was a failed suitor of Strahd. Maybe she's sort of the same thing. Did she have a bite mark? Bite mark?
A bite mark?
Bite neck? Losing it.
Yeah, well, she didn't really have it on her neck, I was a little Australian.
You know?
Yeah.
Alright.
No, she didn't have anything on her neck, but I didn't see anywhere else.
I'd be very curious why he's even keeping her there. But,
Maybe
yes?
Maybe we should talk to her mother at some point.
Yes. I mean, I wouldn't mind checking back in to see how Lancelot is doing. If we're going to be back there.
Lancelot! That's true. But maybe it should be a little lower on our priorities.
You're right.
We gotta figure out the soul.
I actually made plans for after dinner, so I'm actually just waiting for a little bit of time to pass.
Who were you dancing with again?
Ludmilla.
Was it Ludmilla? Plans. Cool.
Cool.
It's worth noting for everybody here that it was Vasili who destroyed the windmill.
That bitch.
Okay, go ahead, sorry.
He seems to want the best for both parties. It's very off-putting, and I don't know how to feel about it. I'm
So that's
very
why he
confused.
took it instead of returning it to you.
Yes. But I also got the slight feeling that he knew I'd end up with it anyway. So, I don't know.
He does seem to know Strahd's intentions pretty well.
He specifically says that he knows that his master wants the affliction to end or the curse on the land to end, but also knew that the only way to do it was with Ireena.
Does he though?
I'm sorry, what?
I only know what he told me. I was honestly gonna go ask more.
Wait a minute. If the reason that he is cursed in the first place is for interrupting a marriage for someone that he loved, right?
Right.
Is he trying to rectify that by... And I'll just look at Ireena.
I don't know that I understand.
I don't want to make any conclusions then.
I definitely want to know more, and honestly, I might go ask.
Are we all going to join him in an hour?
Well, what should I do in the meantime? I'm a little out of the loop, it would appear.
Well, first, maybe find some water.
Is there any?
Is there any water here?
Not on the table.
And pass it over to her.
She like,
Thank you. Pardon. Ugh.
That one wasn't the one with wine, was it?
Nah.
was it?
No, I don't think so. It doesn't smell like wine.
She could tell by her eyesight.
It doesn't smell like it.
Smell like wine.
She looks into it and pours it all over.
Ireena, I don't mean to be rude, but I don't know how much is wise to tell you in your current state.
I suppose that makes sense. I just
But we can summarize, since we were told what to do, I suppose.
Okay.
We have the what for why we're here, but we don't have the how. And I'll point to I almost said Alistair's sack.
Jesus Christ. It is around my neck. I should throw that out there.
You didn't have that before. Is that did Strahd give you a gift?
It's a piece to a much larger puzzle.
Strahd has puzzles.
Okay. With that, I think I'm gonna go try and find Vasili.
Wait, before you leave, do we have any idea of who the possible suspect might be?
Suspect?
Oh, don't worry,
Is
Ireena.
there a murder?
Inspector!
Ow.
Should I be concerned for my safety?
No, you're.
The door's boarding closed.
I mean, yes.
Now you're becoming concerned for your safety. There's
Well, I
something
mean,
wrong
I was already concerned for my safety, but is somebody going to kill me?
No.
I
Actually,
don't
I think
know.
that's the least
we can't
likely
possibly know
of
that.
all.
I think,
I did hear, though, that Gertruda, Anastraya, and Valenta all have contacts outside of the castle that they're in contact with regularly.
all the wives.
Well, Gertruda.
Interesting.
So much Ludmilla, I don't think.
Honestly, as much as it pains me to say this, I think Vasili might be safe in this regard, but if he crosses us again, I will kill him.
I have some thoughts, but I don't want to be too
I will
hasty.
find you.
Rahadin said he thinks it's either Ludmilla, Helga, or Anastraya.
You asked him?
I mean, why not?
He's one of the suspects. Just because Strahd ruled him out doesn't mean we should.
I think you mean Ludmilla, Anastraya, or Valenta.
Sorry, but no.
Helga is not one of the wives.
She's a maid.
She is
Helga's
a
the
maid.
maid.
On though.
But I mean,
Valenta. Okay, if that's the case, then she would have just. I thought I heard Helga, but okay. Then she would automatically rule out the one she spoke to earlier, Valenta, I think. Was it?
Valenta.
Yeah.
Valenta's the one with the
Valenta.
mask who is like, what color's your blood?
Yeah. She'd basically be like, it's probably either Anastraya or Ludmilla, is what Mal would proffer. But
I hope
Yeah,
no one heard you.
I don't think so. Everyone was distracted.
also, I'm sure they all know that something's wrong.
I mean, Rahadin seems very unlikely to betray Strahd. Very, very, very unlikely.
Reason enough for more suspicion, right? He has all the means, but not the reason.
So, am I supposed to not ask any questions?
Yes.
We can
Okay.
fill you in
He just
later.
kind of sits and takes more sips of Andar's water skin.
Do we think that there's any relation between the bones and the note from the bag and this?
Plan on getting to that.
Cool.
I'm actually going to go meet with Ludmilla here soon.
Malice,
Worried about a Doonby?
Yes. Oh, yeah. We should maybe go see if we can find him.
Malice, what
think you
can
can
you
take her.
tell us? What can you tell us of Cyrus? It's the only one I don't have any information on.
Oh yeah, he said he was from Kresk, right?
Yeah.
Strahd mentioned that.
I knew him when he was younger.
Oh,
Cyrus is he's an old friend of my father's. And he was sent to this and she like looks around, but then thinking on it, she just kind of shrugs and goes like, he was sent to provide information for my father.
Oh.
But he I don't really know the type of stuff that he and my father talk about, but from what I understand, he was only just singing Strahd's praises. They both think that Strahd is the solution to whatever's going on.
I don't know that at this point it's not unwise to split up, but Doonby's with somebody, I'm meeting someone. Alistair said he wants to go catch up with Vasili. You know... Clyde? What's his name?
Cyrus.
Clyde?
Clyde? I want to say Clyde?
Clyde and Stan are hanging out in the corner.
I panicked. I picked a word and I panicked, okay?
Amazing.
Yes?
And Mim, I don't know if you feel comfortable, but do we have this sorted out?
I don't know anything anymore.
I don't know nothing.
I am not.
You've already...
Like it, but it sounds like a lot of you need to go have meetings that we weren't invited to.
Mhm.
And if you getting
Oh,
personal.
no, I'm gonna make my...
Helga, I mean, you could speak with her and ma'am,
Oh, yes,
I don't want to be rude, but I mean...
trying to find some mystery person who's obviously not cleaning.
I'll try to go speak to Cyrus.
Ma'am, I think you would get along a little bit with Valenta. I don't know.
Which one's Valenta again?
She's the one with the mask.
Crazy. What color's your blood?
No. Maybe it's
You two do seem like
no.
similar personalities.
No.
I just think that maybe whatever
personality, she's
project she was
awful.
working on, maybe you...
Yes, that's what I said.
Are you serious right now? She's horrible. I don't want to.
I think they're all horrible, ma'am, but we have to... If we're going to help Alistair, we have to go with what we're best at.
She doesn't like me. She's not going to say anything to me.
She doesn't like me either. She is a total bitch.
See? Can I just can I go talk to Helga?
Sure.
Well, in this entire situation, my money is on Ludmilla, but I am going to go get more information.
If anything else, this is serving for two things, right? We're helping Alistair, but we're also getting a chance to learn something that we'd have no business knowing. We can ask very specific questions that, I mean, to Strahd's credit, we won't be questioned back for.
And am I at least right in saying that it sounds like you guys are going around the castle?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, then I think at least you'd be able to learn some stuff about the castle too, because not very many people get to come here.
Well, yeah, obviously we're gonna explore. Well, I mean, at least I was gonna.
Please be careful. I truly believe that he does have something in this castle. If he threatened us with...
Oh, he has lots of stuff, I guarantee it, but I'm so excited. I want to see what they are.
Also, keep in mind, we do know of a possible automaton somewhere in the castle.
Oh.
Who knows what its purpose is?
How did we know about that again?
Blinsky.
Blinsky.
Metal Man.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good luck. Does anybody need help with anything?
Wait, where's everybody going again?
I'm going to
I'm
see.
going to the library.
I'm going to go see Osiris.
Okay.
I'm just gonna wander around, and I'll take Ireena with me to make sure she doesn't get into any trouble down here.
Good thinking.
That's a good idea.
Vasili. Wait, Adumbi is gone.
So gone.
I'm gonna cast Enhance Ability on myself and somebody else. I'm gonna cast it at 3rd level. Does anyone think that they might need advantage on any rolls during this next hour? I can only do it for one more person.
I'll tell you, I would take either wisdom or charisma because those are both disadvantaged, so put me at a straight roll.
Okay. I was going to do charisma for myself, so I can do charisma for both of us. Unless anybody really, 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 really needs something else.
I would really like something else, but I'm good.
Okay. Okay, so I'll cast Enhance Ability, give both Alistair and I Eagle Splendor, advantage on charisma checks.
Thank you, thank you.
It lasts for an hour, and I'm also concentrating. So nobody punch me, please.
Nobody punch me.
I'm gonna go punch Sten.
Just out the blue random. So that should last us until our little snack time again with Strahd or whatever.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay.
Sweet. Rahadin?
I'm looking. I was desperately looking for a bell chime. I can't find one. But anyway, okay. So last thing I think before we wrap up for today. So Adunbi.
Yes.
You. Oh wait, where did Alistair go?
I walked out the doors and then you closed them.
Hallway.
Oh, where? Oh, there you are. Here, I'm gonna move you. I have a whole crowd of hidden people there that
Got you. All right.
that like are all the people who've been coming and going. But so a Doonby specifically. So you get led upstairs to the library. Let me put you there.
To the mountains. Secret tunnel.
Two lovers.
What floor is this on? This is. I wish that this was labeled in a better way than it is. All right. There we are. And this is. Yep. So all these people aren't here. Let me hide them. And the further up you go, so Anastraya leads you the same direction that you went to go to the lounge area. Up the same staircase through Leaf's room, but like as you're traveling through, she seems to be moving faster and faster, like kind of getting excited to spend time with you alone. And eventually you make it up to the third floor, where she leads you, that closed door on the landing where you guys were speaking, she opens the door, leads you through. There's a hallway with 2 suits of armor on either side. And then she takes you into what appears to be this very like disheveled dining room. Dust assaults your lungs as you enter, and a sweet yet pungent smell of decay fills this room, in the center of which stands a long oak table. A blanket of dust covers the tabletop and its fine china and silverware. In the center of the table, there's a large tiered cake that leans heavily to one side. The once white frosting has turned green with age, and cobwebs hang like dusty lace down every side of the cake. A single doll figure of a well-dressed woman adorns the crest of the cake. Suspended above is a web-shrouded chandelier of forged iron, and an arched window in the south wall is draped with heavy curtains. Resting in a wooden stand by the window is a dusty lute, and standing quietly in the southwest corner is a tall harp shrouded in cobwebs. But she actually takes you north in this room, and opens this door to what appears to be this large study, this library filled with books and a lit campfire. A blazing hearthfire fills this room with rolling waves of red and amber light. The walls are lined with ancient books and tomes, their leather covers well oiled and preserved through careful use. All is in order here. The stone floor is concealed beneath a thick, luxurious rug, and in the center of the room is a large, low table waxed and polished to a mirrored finish. Even the poker in its stand next to the blazing fireplace is polished. Large, overstuffed divans and couches are arranged around the room. 2 chairs of burgundy-colored wood with padded leather seats and black cushions face the hearth. And there's a huge painting that hangs over the mantelpiece in a heavy gilded frame. The rolling fire illuminates the carefully rendered portrait. It is an exact likeness of Ireena Kolyana in a long purple dress with fur hanging over her shoulder. But instead of the black hair that you've become accustomed to, it's auburn locks draping down either side of her shoulders. And she seems to be posed in front of like a velvet curtain with a large arching window letting in moonlight. And as you enter into the room, Anastraya is like, so this is the play.
It's very nice. Who's this belong to?
Who does what belong to?
This room.
Strahd, of course. The whole castle's Strahd.
Oh, okay. He spends a lot of time here as well?
No, he doesn't come in here much anymore. But Lumila hangs out here all the time.
I'm assuming you never spend time with her.
Oh no, she's much too proper. She's no fun. She kind of lays down on one of the lounges and like rolls her neck back and is just kind of eyeing you with like her crimson pupils.
You know, you've been so helpful for me. I would have loved to been able to spend more time with you, but I'm on such a time crunch.
Oh, are you sure
Actually,
you don't want to spend more time up here? And she kind of like slides her leg up and her dress kind of falls down one leg.
Actually,
It's nice and warm.
I actually know exactly what would help. Maybe if you could help me finish this, then we would actually have more time to spend together afterwards.
And she stands up and she kind of like waltzes over. And what would you like me to finish? And she kind of like smells for a second. She's like, there's something bestial about you. You got a sort of musky scent.
Oh my god.
She like rolls her tongue across her fang again. So what might I help finish?
The books that you were telling me about. Do you happen to know where they might be?
She gestures around. Well, look around you. There's all sorts of books in here.
Oh, give me a moment then. And I guess, do I have like any... I'm trying to think of like, what would give me like the best, like, can I like roll something to kind of figure out like what direction I might want to go here? To like try to figure out something of of value.
I
or
mean,
substance.
so all of the bookshelves appear to be the same. You could just try and pull a shelf at random and see what you get. But there's not like any indication, especially considering that Anastraya is not the one who's normally in here.
Is her room near here as well? The Lumella?
You don't know. You'd have to ask or explore.
Do you actually do you know if a room is anywhere near here?
Oh, darling, we don't have rooms. We haven't had rooms in years.
Oh, then where do you sleep?
She kind of smiles and chuckles to herself, and like it's almost kind of like a bell-like chuckle. And then she like turns and her eyes kind of flash red and her fangs elongate, and she goes, "Where do you think we sleep, darling?"
I don't know. That's why I was asking you.
She leans in real close to the point that like her cheek is brushing yours, and like you can smell like this really sweet, sickly perfume on her. And she really enunciates into your ear, "A coffin."
Doomy just kind of looks at her and goes like, "Yes, I understand that. I was asking where she might keep it. Was I not being clear?"
And she kind of like raises an eyebrow like you're being playful, at which point the door opens and Ludmila walks in and like sees you two. She's like leaning on you, right? Like all up in your face. And Ludmila, "Anastraya, in here." And Anastraya kind of turns and like kind of puts her hand like on your hip in front of you, like, What? It's not my fault. He wanted to come up here. He said he was really interested in the study. I can't. Well, he said he was really interested in the study.
Yes, I was just admiring your collection. Strahd told me that you are a woman of a studious woman.
Yes, in slightly different ways than Anastraya. And she kind of like storms past Anastraya to the couch sitting here, and she kind of looks pointedly at Anastraya. Could you please take your dealings elsewhere? Before you soil another one of my seating arrangements? And Anastraya is like, not a problem, we'll be going. And like kind of takes your hand and goes to lead you from the room.
Actually, I'll stay here for a moment.
You want us... but why would you stay here when we've got so many things to talk about?
Don't worry, I'll be down soon. Thank you so much for showing me around.
All right, well, if you need me, I'll be in the dining room. And she kind of looks pointedly at Ludmila. Don't have too much fun without me. And she turns and leaves the room. And that, I think, is a good point for us to stop for today.
No.
Thanks, I hate it.
God, she's the worst.
And
She's my favorite.
I fucking love her.
Of course you do. Of course you do.
Although her voice
super
is
funny.
really hard.
I don't know how you keep it for that long.
Well, the fact that she's like slightly southern and slightly that like oi, it's like this like it's such a hard little zone to hit that I'm like zooming out into other zones and have to center back in.
I mean, it's working. She's very unique.
Anastraya. I just love like her
She
mannerisms
can
and
Anna
shit.
destroy me.
She's so fun.
Destroy me.
I mean, to be fair, she's smoking hot.
Yeah. Those red eyes.
So, fun fact, I think Vasili's my favorite character. And I hate that Alistair hates him.
Oh.
I am so excited for more.
I'm a little bummed that we didn't hear what everyone said.
We didn't hear what?
We didn't hear what everyone's conversations.
I mean, I basically summed mine up for you. I really didn't ask him about the whole, like, traitor thing going on. It was more, what the fuck did you do?
Yeah.
I was truthful on mine.
So truthful.
Yeah, I said made an appointment to go meet in the library. I'm meeting Ludmilla.
Hey, you coming up here too?
Check the tapes. I am.
Well,
I'm on my way.
that's exactly why I addressed this first, is because I was like, well, you guys are talking. This is occurring, and it has to because the rest of you are going to be coming up, or at least some of you.
What a coinky dink.
What a coinky dink.
Could have a nice chat away from annoying people.
Anastraya.
Surprise! It's me.
She comes back, and I'm like, oh, what? And Sten's like, oh yeah, I invited her here. I'm like, God damn it.
Oh my god, I should disguise self as her.
Oh my god.
Just for a Doonby.
Well, the best part is you guys thought at least as far as characters goes, you guys think that a Doonby's going up to get some action with Anastraya, and you're gonna come up to whoever's going up to the library. Well, I mean, whatever. Like some people did. I think Alistair and Mim made jokes, but
100%, yeah.
And so like, but you guys, whoever's coming up to the library, which I know is at least Sten, is going to not only run into Anastraya coming back down, but then is going to come to the library to find a Doonby talking to Ludmila.
Lewd. So lewd.
A lid.
I want to know what's behind the door.
What's
Which
behind door number 1?
It won't let me click.
There's many doors. Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
There's many doors.
many
It's a
doors.
whole castle of doors.
Wow. Well, Mim is me and Mim are the same. We are.
Me and Mim are the same. We're the same.
We are all together. So I started. I got like 45 seconds into this continental breakfast thing. Key and Peele, and it's me. Like last week, we were at a hotel and we had continental breakfast, and I was like, "This is the best."
You're like,
I love.
whoa.
I like treating
Yeah.
every food you eat like he does in that sketch is just so fun.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh
Well,
my
is
God,
there
the
anything
far
else
land
that
of
anybody wants
Florida.
to address before we wrap up for the day? Because I know it's starting to get towards that time where some people have to go.
No, I feel like we were pretty productive. Productive.
You guys made it through the rest of the courses.
Yeah.
Now all you got is the digestif.
Yeah.
Digestive. Oh my god.
Should be easy to stomach.
I mean, I don't know how we're gonna finish these last parts, but
And you guys literally had a waltz in Strahd's castle. Did you expect that when you showed up for dinner?
nope. Not expect that. I was like, oh god, on brand.
I didn't expect. I kind of expected Strahd to be super like charming, but I didn't at the same time. You know.
Mm.
What did you expect him to be like?
I don't know. I think I expected him to be a little bit creepier. Like he is freaky and creepy because he's charming. But, you know, so.
He's kind of, I would say, about as scummy as I expected. He's definitely a little bit more.
Mhm.
But yeah.
He definitely gives like CEO energy. Is
Yeah.
what he gives off.
Gross, yeah.
He's very especially with this whole moral relativism moment.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I used to think I was a good guy.
Okay, man.
Well, like, I realized getting something done with my life is more important. I'm like, okay.
I work 80 hours a week. I actually don't have a family anymore. I really like that we went 2 for 2 on opening random doors and finding random people. That was
That's
incredible.
Actually super accurate, especially considering that like the chances of that were probably 20%. Maybe. Like the amount of random doors that you could open and the amount of empty rooms. Oh man. I mean, to be fair, actually you went 2 for 3 because Adunbi also opened the hallway.
Mm.
Oh, I guess 2 for 4
That's
because Nim
true.
also opened a hallway. So you went 50-50 on random people, random doors.
No, we went 2 for 2. In the rooms with people, we found them instantly.
Yes.
100%. It's probability is all about relativity.
Oh my goodness.
You're right. Probability, relativity, same thing.
Also Adunbi, just for your reference.
Just for my what?
This is the.
What am I looking at here?
That's Ireena Kolyanovich.
That's the painting.
Oh,
Oh, that's a painting.
enhance. Okay.
Zoom.
So,
There we go. Okay, I see it. I like the outfit. Looks pretty dope.
Yeah, I really like her hair though.
So that's the painting that you see.
I'm a sucker for like the one fur sleeve type of deal. That's the other what's her face? Who's a what's it?
Do you guys have theories on who the traitor is?
yes.
The traitor?
Okay.
Yeah.
Honestly, Adumbi's full on board of it doesn't fucking matter. Like, just pick somebody.
Well, here's the thing. I think personally that we got proof before we even got here on who the traitor was.
Really?
I mean, we have the note from Ludmilla.
That's
I
true.
have
So
a
she's
tattoo
been
from Helga
she's
that
been
says
out
I
and
did it.
about.
I've got
the
2
note
notes
from
from
Ludmilla.
Helga that's tied.
The note from Ludmilla?
Yeah, because she stole the bones.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And I mean, if you're the oldest wife, right, you get fucking bored. So like, why not sow havoc?
Why not so
Oh,
havoc?
I forgot to explain one last thing. Mal would have
explain this. Rahadim said that the wives know that they're not the first wives of Strahd, nor will they be his last. Is what Rahadim said. So, for motivation, it actually makes a lot of sense that it'd be Ludmilla because she's the oldest.
Dun dun dun.
I wonder what happened to the other one.
The same thing that happens to all of the other ones.
They all
Become
fucking
vampire
jump
dust.
off the tower to their death.
They forgot to set their alarms and they opened up the curtains and boom sun, boom gone. Right.
I mean, I would forget to open my curtains too. It's understandable.
Well, next session you guys will have a mystery to solve.
Dude,
Already solved
we are
it.
always Mystery Incorporated. It doesn't fail.
Mr. Incorporated. That's true.
Like, what'd you do with the bones, man?
Roro.
I like that Mal is Scooby.
No, it's Scooby. Or is Scooby Mal?
Scooby-Doo.
All right, everybody.
All right, guys.
Well, thank you for playing.
Thank you
Very
for
well.
the
Alright.
session.
I'll see you guys later.
See you guys next week.
Bye.
All right.